Blessings to everybody. Do me a favor. Get them likes up. Good morning to everybody. Come on in here, man. Y'all already greeting one another. I like that. I like that. Fellas, when the ladies come in, make sure you say good morning or good afternoon or good evening. You know, when the ladies come in, we always want to acknowledge, the women when they come in. Good morning to all the ladies. Blessings to the game. Everybody come in, man, and click on that like button. You already know it's 7 o'clock EST time in this Mississauga, Canada. I don't know where you at, but it's 7 o'clock where I'm at. Matter of fact, let me see something right quick. What time is it where you at? Tell me right now. What time is it where you at right now? Where you at and what time is it? Appreciate that, Brother Vision. Good looking. Yeah, appreciate that $2, brother. Four in the morning in that Cali. That's right. 7 in Tampa, 4 a.m. Cali, 7:03 with me. Okay. Hey, Miss Love. How you doing, baby? Oh, you in that Detroit? Oh, okay. Same time. You're the first person I'm listening to. Baby, I appreciate that. That ain't nothing but this game. Yeah, baby, I know you in that AZ. You know, man, I love it out here, but I would be a liar if I told you that I didn't miss Scottsdale, because I do. You know what I mean? When everything is all over, everything go according to plan, I really want to go out there and get me a place again. So, like, when the winter time come, Sin can be out there, you know what I mean, and that's Scottsdale again. And after winter time, I can come right back here, you know? Oh, man, you in that holy city on the west side? 601. Okay, blessings to you. Oh, you in that Australia? See, I like this, man. Pensacola. Okay, 6 a.m. Okay, Seattle, I see you. 4. You know? Oh, man, we'll talk about all that later, man. You know, it's early morning, man. You know what I mean? This is it's still P&H hours, man. You know what I'm talking about? So, yeah, man, last thing I want to do, man, is talk about whack at this particular time, you know? Yeah, actually, I had spoke on this yesterday morning, but a lot of you that was in that conversation, I had to leave because I had a consultation that I had to preside over. So I didn't get the opportunity to really do my thing, so that's why I wanted to come back and revisit, and get this out of the way, because this got to be put out there. When I started the Patreon, I had to make some sacrifices to get that Patreon, going. But a lot of good basic information pertaining to a lot of topics, the squares and the new people that just joined, they totally, green on that. So a lot of times what seeing to do is revisit certain topics and everything like this. But honestly, I've spoke on, tasting pussy. We've done like 2 videos. I done like a pre-recorded and I done one with the pimping. But I'm gonna go a little bit deeper and talk about other things that go on in the bedroom. And after I finish, getting my point across and saying certain things, if you disagree or you want to debate with me or you want to speak on it, after I finish, you know what I mean, I might open up the phone lines and you had an opportunity to be like, hey, Sin, you was wrong on that. Hey, I don't agree on that, Yeah, this ain't like, the Christian church or Baptist church where the pastor, hollering and screaming over the pulpit and you never get to question anything. If something don't sound right, if it don't sound like sound doctrine of the game, you will have the liberty and opportunity to question, because it's my job to make sure that you got understanding about this game. And then a lot of you, are not even in the lifestyle, but a lot of things that I say, some of the fellas, some of the young guys be like, even though I'm not the pimp and I like that and I want to apply that to my life. I like that. Then, some fine, gorgeous woman might be listening and she might say, I'm not in the lifestyle, but, after hearing that, even though I don't want to be in the game, but I take this game from the game and make it applicable to my life. And I might not want to do that, or might not want to allow that, because I made some comments even yesterday regarding the women in my lifestyle, why certain men feel comfortable, having sex with the women in my lifestyle unprotected. We gonna get to all of that, But blessings to everybody. I appreciate you being here. But one thing I don't like, we already going on 300 people, and why is it only a 138 likes? Why are you doing the game like that? Yeah, because it makes me have to stop and I have to repeat things, but we got to keep them likes right. Sin don't ask for no money. I appreciate it. I like the cash apps. I appreciate the super chats. You know what I mean? Thank you, for being a blessing to my broke ass. But at the same particular time, I'm never going to ask you for any money. But the one thing I want you to do is, if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you click on the subscribe and the bell button. And I also want those likes. I want them likes to be on one accord with the viewers. If we got 300 viewers, why we don't got 300 likes? Or maybe you don't agree with the game. You don't agree with the content. Okay, I respect that. But for those that do, and I know I got more people that's in agreement with this game than the people basically that don't. So if you're in agreement with that, you love the content, you appreciate the enlightenment, the entertainment, the enjoyment that comes from the content, by all means, click on the like button. There she go. There she go with her pretty self. You know what I mean? Miss Mia that came up in here. Hey, Miss Mia Sky. Shout out to Sapoba the Prince. Blessings to the pimping. That's in attendance. But let's get to it. Without any further ado, let's get to it. I didn't get a chance yesterday to finish. So for those of you that didn't get to hear what I said on yesterday, I'm have to go back because I only really got the chance to speak on pretty much one aspect, in the topic. So I'm going to have to repeat that. Then I finally get to some of the other things that I wanted to say, But let's get to it. Now, I told you that my opinion has no dominion on what a man does in the bedroom. It doesn't. It doesn't. You know what I mean? Keep doing what you're doing. If you feel comfortable in doing what you're doing, then the things that I say shouldn't affect you. You know what I mean? You should be able to just do what you want to do, continue and have participation with no condemnation whatsoever, But what I will say to you is this. When it comes to this pimp and hoe thing, and I know individuals, hey man, this my hoe, this my bitch. I get to do whatever the fuck I want to do. And you're right. Do your thing, man. You know what I mean? Blessings to you. But yeah, when you want good, reputable, respectable representation in the game, there's just certain things that you can't have no participation in. Because one thing we know in this game, one thing we know in this world of all walks of life is that women are going to talk. Women are going to talk. Do you hear me? Women are going to talk. So by women getting into some evangelism, you know what I mean, about this ism, or whether they get into some evangelism with the criticism, about ism, one thing about it, they're going to talk. Whether positive or negative, they're going to speak about the representatives that they previously gave currency to. They're going to talk. So if you said anything, did anything that was contrary to what you were supposed to do, women are going to basically inform other women in the lifestyle, and even sometimes women outside of the lifestyle, about certain things you said, certain things you did, certain things you didn't say, certain things you didn't do. The people gonna know. All right? Oh my God, that skyline's so beautiful. But, check it out. When I spoke on unprotected sex in the game, because it happens. You know what I mean? It happens. Unprotected sex happens. It does happen in the lifestyle. I know that some of you squares, you heard things like pimps don't fuck they hoes. You heard things like a real pimp don't fuck his hoe. Certain rappers, Maybe you've seen a film. Maybe you've seen somebody that's a celebrity that got some popularity and actually said that, a real pimp don't fuck his hoe. Real pimp don't do this. Real pimp don't do that. And I'm here to tell you that that is an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie. We got pimps in the lifestyle who basically come out the pussy of a hoe and they are the seed of the pimp. Meaning that, they come from pimp and hoe relationships. Their mama was a hoe, their father was a pimp. So that would let you know that that has to be contrary to the truth, because so many children have been produced in the lifestyle from, different representatives of the game. So with that being said, that had to be an absolute lie. Pimps been fucking hoes from ancient times to recent times. And guess what? To this world, come to an expiration date, guess what? Pimps gonna keep fucking hoes, and hoes gonna, and let me put that out there. Let me simplify things and bring clarity to that. Pimps gonna be fucking hoes that's basically that they presiding over. All right, let me make that plain. Pimp just don't be fucking hoes, cause she a hoe. No, pimps are having sex with a woman or a group of women that, is his hoes that he presiding over. That means that if Sapoba the Prince got a hoe and she fucking with him, I'm not gonna be having sex with Sapoba the Prince hoe behind his back. Sapoba the Prince breaking the bitch every day for the solution, and I'm sitting over there having a good time behind his back. She's sneaking off the track, and we sitting over there having a good time. Fucking on each other. She's sucking on my dick. I fuck the shit out of her, and then I send her back to work, and she still giving Sapoba the Prince all the money. She's still giving him all the money. She's still calling him daddy. She's still rushing it into him, putting it in his hand, top of the morning every day. But, when we see each other, we just got a thing for each other. We be meeting each other at certain times, and she got my name saved in her phone, in a woman's name and everything like that. And we be sneaking off the blade. And I have to make it plain because certain individuals in the game have participated in these activities. This is not something that I'm just freestyling off my mind, but since I've been in the lifestyle in 2007, I've had observation of some bad representation that actually have fornication, with the whole representation without getting any motherfucking accumulation. P, what does that mean in square term? Meaning that he's having sex, with another pimp's hoe, and he ain't giving no dough, or the little dough that he got, it wasn't even worth talking about. We don't do that. Not into that. There will not be, one piece said, no romance without finance. It won't, no, that won't be taking place. So I had to sit up there and just give clarity on that. But, so now what I'm talking about. When a pimp is presiding over his woman or group of women, I think that according to Sinful to P, which don't make it law, but I told you, if you're not endeavoring to have a child, it's different if you haven't. And if this woman been giving you loyalty and currency for over a period of time, and you want to have a child, by all means, raw dealer, be fruitful and multiply. Yeah, be fruitful and multiply. P, if you think that you desire to have a child right now, it is what it is. But to you young P's out there, no, it would be unwise of you to keep engaging in unprotected sex unless you're endeavoring to have a baby. Because there's consequences that come along with just having unprotected sex, whether it be with that one or whether it be with all of them. It's consequences that come with that. You have to understand that, first of all, when you having sex, you exchanging spirits. You exchanging energy. This is another reason why, a pimp should not be having sex with any woman or every woman that come through the door with the dough. Some of you are exchanging spirits. You're exchanging, energy with somebody that's demonic. You're exchanging energy and spirits with somebody that's got a satanic spirit of depression. And then sometimes you'll wake up and you'll say, God damn, I don't feel pimptified the way that I felt on yesterday. I don't feel, why am I tired before I feel tired? Why do I feel like this? I ain't even done nothing. I just got up. Why am I, God damn. Or what is this feeling that has come up on me? Now, of course, when you sitting over there, residing and abiding in the pussy for the time that you endeavoring to get some pleasure. I understand that. But let me give it to you in totality and just give you some game on this spirituality tip. Every time that you participate in fornication, you exchanging, spirits and energy with the individual that you having fornication with. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, pimptified, man. You know what I mean? When you just feel like the embodiment of pimping. You feel it. It's that joy that's unspeakable. It's just a joy that come with this pimping. And one thing about it, if you got a broad that you constantly putting your hands on, you're constantly smacking the furniture out of her mouth. Some of y'all got that Mary J. Blige My Life situation going on. The bitch talking to you any kind of way. And sometimes you gotta become a hairstylist and change the bitch hairdo. You know what I mean? But at the same particular time, you didn't sit up there and whooped her ass. And then after whooping her ass, y'all done sit up there and fucked. And the nut was good. It was one of the best physical climaxes of your existence. But guess what? After you sit up there and had a good time with the bitch and gave the bitch what she wanted, you know what I'm saying? Now the bitch sitting up there, you know what I mean? Like, man, now she ready to get some money. She done got dressed and all of that. You like, man, she acting cool now for a few days. Man, please. Them demons in her get stirred up. Now she a worse a demon than she was prior to you even doing all that My Life, shit with the bitch. Hey, and just to let you know, hey, man, that shit ain't pimpish. Yeah, when you young, a lot of ghetto shit, it's attractive to you because you a ghetto nigga. A ghetto nigga attracted to ghetto things from a ghetto ass bitch. Or sometimes you ain't even got to be a ghetto ass nigga. You just attracted to a ghetto ass bitch to do ghetto ass things. And when you got that type of mind frame, yes, you're going to be attracted. You're going to be attentive to that ghetto bitch, that's doing them ghetto things because you think that's attractive. You like that ghetto ass shit. You like the bitch, that's a little spicy. You talk to her over the phone, she want to talk back. You might think, yeah, this bitch, I'm gonna have to I just got to pimp, I just got to keep, man. And over time, as you keep breaking your manicure fingernails and things like that, at first, maybe when you was a young nigga, when you was green, maybe that was attractive to you. But as you keep evolving, man, as you keep evolving as a man, as you keep evolving as a participant in the lifestyle, hey, this shit ain't attractive. This shit is immature. This shit is childish. This shit is foolish. This shit is brutish. This shit is diminishing, everything about you. You was fly, you was cool, you was smooth. And now this bitch got you sitting over here having Floyd Mayweather fights and shit like that, and you ain't getting paid like Floyd Mayweather. Hey, man, that shit ain't pimpish, man. Boxers get paid to fight. P, what you doing? Then especially if this bitch coming in here with $400 and $500 by the grace of God, and she want to sit up here and have a damn boxing fight every goddamn night. Hey, Pete, man, she getting you for cheap. She getting you for cheap, man. Hey, them boxers, man, they get millions and shit for fighting and shit like this. Hey, this bitch trying to give you $400 and $500 fights, man. Hey, man, this bitch trying to play the pimpin'. Seriously. Yeah, let that go, man. You too fly for all that goddamn shit. You know what I mean? That spirit, the spirit of depression. 1 minute she smiling, then the next minute be like, well, damn, maybe the bitch, maybe this bitch bipolar. No, she just fag-a-hola, man. You know what I mean? The bitch just ain't no hoe, man. Or she just might sit up there, oh, P, don't say that. She catch dates and stuff like that. I'm talking about the spirit of hoeing, though. You know, you in the car, you listening to good pimp and hoe music. You know, everybody just on one accord. And you might have even got on some good Donna Cherry and shit just bumping for the hoes and shit. And she got to be the one, you know what I mean? I don't like this. I don't like this. She can't rap. I don't like, you know, y'all can say what y'all want, but I just don't, You know, everybody else got the spirit of pimping and the hoeing and the ride. Everybody feeling good. And she just got to be that one sour ass bitch that sit up there, you understand me, and cause discord, you know what I mean, with the family. All the hoes is feeling all of this pimp and hoe music that you playing. She got to be the one. She got to be the one handsome ass bitch that the devil used to sit up there and come against the spirit of pimping and hoeing. You understand me, in this car right now while you going on cross country trips. You on the highway playing good pimp and hoe music, good sugar free. You might got some good Rallo playing. You might got that good Freeze playing. You might got new gorgeous Dre playing. You might got you some Silky Slim playing, Mac Dre playing. You know, you just got on some good, you Larry June. You doing your thing, you got on some Donna Cherry, Jay Worthy. You just playing some good shit right now. Few songs here and there from Jay Styling or some good mess. And you just enjoying yourself with your hoes. And this bitch with her motherfucking goofy ass, she got to sit up there and try to ruin the spirit of this good joy that's among the pimps and hoes, man. You know, that ain't the bitch for you to be having unprotected sex with, young P. That ain't the bitch really to be having sex with at all. Yeah, that ain't the one to be exchanging spirits and energy, you know what I mean, with. No, that ain't the one. She ain't worthy of this. You know? Every fine, every attractive hoe that come through the door with the dough, you know what I mean, look beyond her attractive appearance. Stop looking, you know what I mean, with your earthly eyes. That's the eyes of the square. Tricks look at bitches with them eyes. Look at these bitches through the eyes of the game. See the spirit that they're governed by. Look beyond them titties. Look beyond that pretty ass face. Look beyond them nice little thick thighs and shit. And look at the spirit that possesses this bitch. And if you can see this unclean, if you can see this demonic spirit that this bitch is possessed by, you are abstaining and motherfucking refrain from going to her wet thing, man. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't even fuck with the bitch. See what she really is. It's just like if you move all of the facial tissue, the skin and everything, and you was to be able to see certain women's lungs, you know, or if you was to even be able to look beyond that and see the soul of the person, the spirit of the person that they possess by you, man, you'd be turned off. She wouldn't be no longer sexy to you. See, that's what separates you, you know what I mean, from them squares. That's one of the innumerable reasons, you know what I mean, why you different from these tricks. That you able to look beyond attractive appearance and see this person, see this woman for what she really is. You know? But again, you know, unprotected sex, you know, it's a lot that come with that. I got to the aspect of, you know what I mean, as far as even if the bitch have a baby, you know, and, you know, because things happen. Sometimes, you know, I know some of the young P's be like, hey, man, the bitch raped me, P. Hey, I've been there before, man. These hoes be aggressive with the pimping now. I told a lot of these squares don't believe me when I say it, man. These hoes do be aggressive with the pimping, man. You know, especially when it been a little while. You know, the bitch trying to really press up on the pimping, man. The pimping, hey, I'm being so 100. A lot of you squares think CM be being comical all the time. Hey, man, but let me just tell the motherfucking truth, man. Hey, the pimping, I know it sound crazy coming from a man, but sometimes, man, the pimping don't really even be on that. Real talk. The hoe just being aggressive. Grabbing all on the pimping, you know, trying to change topics and subject matters and trying to, you know, talk about sex all the time. Bitch trying to be super aggressive. She always trying to be alone, you know, with the pimping. She see that the pimping always trying to be around her along with the other hoes and shit. But she trying to get some alone time and all of that shit. Constantly always calling. Sometimes, you got to check that shit. Like, come on, bitch. You supposed to be at work. Get to it. You know, bitch be sitting over there calling you, talking about shit, and she just laughing. Ain't shit funny. Get to work. Bitch call herself indirectly but directly flirting. Get your motherfucking apple cider head ass off my goddamn phone and get to work. And get to another date just like the previous day, bitch. Goddamn. You know? Bitch start asking silly ass questions. If she checked this or if she hit this amount of lick, can she come home and get it? You know what I'm saying? Waking up, to text messages, can I suck your dick? Can I fuck? You know what I mean? See, this shit that's not put out there. Of course, every time you watch them little human trafficking videos and shit, they always show these little bitches crying. Oh my God, I was forced in. You know what I mean? He forced me. He forced you for 14 years? Yes, I was a human trafficker. He forced me into it. I don't know what to do. Like, man, knock that shit off. You know what I'm saying? I know this game for real, for real. I told you, man, there's a difference between a pimp and a human trafficker. A pimp is not no goddamn human trafficker. If anything, these bitches be trying to sit up there and dick traffic, you know what I mean, with the pimping. But that's another story. But like I said, man, these bitches be aggressive, man. Like, Richard Dent in the 80s. They be a real aggressive with it. Like Jim Brown. In his heyday, real aggressive about getting a pimp's dick. Now, of course, when they among their friends or they wifeys and shit, they talk hoe talk. On Instagram, they talk hoe talk. In their stories, they talk hoe talk. You're going to see the biggest hoe talk when they're around each other. You're going to see the biggest hoe talk in the stories and, when they go live and shit like that. They the biggest hoes then. But oh my God. Oh my God, when these bitches get private, or, when they first come through the door, it's, I'm not like that. And, I remember one time a woman, she told me, she said, seeing, I ain't never had a pimp to really please me. I never really came off penetration with a pimp. It's no disrespect to the pimping, but I just like the game. I just like the game that come from a pimp, but just sexually, I don't be pleased. I ain't never met no pimp, to really please me, so I just, I'm just cool on that. When I come to you saying, I just want to get the game. I just want to get the knowledge. I just want to get understanding. That's all I want, saying. I want this situation to be different. Running that good ass hoe drag on this pimping that's 38 years old going on eternity, hoe. But I just be listening. I play the dumb role. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, I don't have no problem with that. Yeah. I don't have no problem with that. Yeah, whatsoever. Keep it straight. Yeah, I just want to keep it pimping and hoeing. I just want to keep it pimping and hoeing. That's all I want. I just want to keep it pimping and hoeing. I don't want to, get involved in that, feelings and all of that. I just want to keep it straight. Yeah, for real. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. And then it never fails. It never fails, bro. Look, it never fails, P. You know what I mean? The P's know what I'm talking about. It never fails. It never fails. P, what you mean? Man, listen. Sometimes it don't even be 2 weeks. It be less than 2 weeks. And now the same person that was supposed to be just so holed up, she was supposed to just be so into the game, and all of that. Man, knock that shit off. You know what I mean? I told you I know this game for real, right? And, now the same bitch that was so sophisticated, she was so dignified, You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden, that same bitch that said that she just wanted to keep things strictly pimping and hoeing, now like, 2 weeks then came, especially that third week, don't let it be a month, but really around that 2 week mark, you start noticing, this bitch is getting more flirtatious, more compliments than a little bit, you know, doing little things, really trying to sit up there, man, and flirt with this pimping, man. And pimping stay solid. And I even laugh with a bitch, and I remember what you said, man. You remember what you said? Oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, remember what you said. Remember what you said. It never fails. You know what I'm saying? It never fails. Next thing you know what I mean? When it do get to that point, if it do get to that point, it's like, and the only reason why I got there, because she been wanting to take it there, but, sometimes the pimping might didn't think the bitch was worthy. But if he thought the bitch was worthy, it's like, damn, you know what I mean? Now you sucking on more than a little bit. Like, goddamn. I could just tell by the way you taking this dick and sucking this dick that you been wanting to sit up there and do this with me, huh, bitch? Goddamn. Yeah, bitch, you was running drag. Yeah, you was running drag, man. Yeah, you was running drag. Now the same motherfucker that stood up there and said that she wanted to keep things all the way pimping and hoeing, now she just owned you. Exactly. That's why I say when they be talking, I've learned to be just the way my grandfather said. He said, listen, when women be talking, man, just be quiet. Just be like, just nod your head. Don't argue with them. Just listen to what the hell. Right. And 2 + 2 is 5. You know, so I've learned, it's like, I'm getting wiser. I've learned to just, what you don't say. So, again, man, when it comes to that unprotected thing, you know what I'm saying? Especially with a broad like that, that just came into your home. No, P. I'm telling you, I'm giving you the wisdom of this game. You know what I mean? When that new bitch come, this is the beauty of not having sex with every hoe that paid. This is the beauty of, you know what I mean, having protected sex. Because if you having unprotected sex all the time, as soon as you knock a new bitch, the bitches that's been down with you, instantly they thinking that he getting ready to have unprotected sex with her. And I know that from experience because when I first came into the game, I told you, man, you know what I mean, bitches was getting turned on and turned out. I didn't try to lie about it. I told you that, you know what I mean, I was coming in, meeting bitches at the club and shit like that. And then I meet a bitch at a club, or I meet a bitch at a bus stop, meet a bitch at an airport, meet her at the Greyhound, meet her at the Fremont Experience, meet her at the mall. I used to be moving. So at the DTC, or, if you cross country, like, that's universal. P, what you mean? Hey, listen, no matter where a P at, he gonna go to the G-Hound. I got G-Hound stories for Canada that haven't even released yet. I got videos, all of that type. I haven't even really, I'm always, you know what I mean, innumerable steps ahead. Wherever you go, Pimp always looking like, damn, okay, where the G-Hound? Oh, okay, there we go. But I just say this to you. Back in them times when I was moving like that, yes, of course, a lot of P's be like, damn, why my catch hand ain't like my catch hand when I first started in the game? Duh, you got knowledge now. And you're moving according to the knowledge and wisdom of the game. So of course you're not catching the way that you used to catch. And then some of us is catching like we used to catch, but most of us are not. Some of us, got more handsome. Some of us went to the gym. Some of us, got our tools together. Some of us got so much popularity in the game that we really don't even have to campaign like that. Bitches be campaigning at us. But it's a few that only got, everybody ain't got it like that. So appreciate that 5, good looking. I said that to say this, you know what I mean? when it comes to, hold on, there we go. Hey, do me a favor, get them likes up. We up over 600 people. I need them likes to at least be 400. Should have been 500 by now, but everybody click on that like button. Yeah, everybody click on that like button. You know, but again, rewind. When it come to, when I used to sit up there, you understand me, the way that I used to get down, yes, Sin was having unprotected sex in the beginning. I was. I told you that I was involved in some chipping in the beginning. P, what's chipping? A pimp having sex, with squares. A woman that is not a hoe. I told you how I used to meet women, square women and things like that. And they would ended up, they like Philip. They like Philip the man. And so now that you like Philip the man, let me introduce you to Sinful to P. Since I know that you genuinely and sincerely, like Philip, I'm going to see how much you like Philip. Now I'm about to introduce you to Sinful to P. I'm about to introduce you to this game. That's how I was moving when I first got in. I told you, when I came in, a lot of shit that I said and did in them days, man, that 07 to 08, before I got locked up, I wish I could just go back and lace that young man up, man. God damn. But this I'm just giving to you the truth. And because the way that I moved at that time, the women that I was presiding over at that time knew what I was about. They knew instantly when they seen me with this bitch, what's good, because I was so reckless with it. I just got to tell it like it is. Just like some of y'all, when y'all see me do the parole videos, when I went over the parole and the court and everything like that, and I even called the bitch Gigi, and she confirmed everything over the phone and things like that. Like I told you, I make no justification for snitching. Snitching is snitching. That's one of the reasons now we'll never be together. Seeing, but she came back and changed her statement. Yeah, but she still made a statement. Do I hate her? No. Do I want her to die? No. Appreciate that five. I know I could have back out. When I came back out, the bitch had a little bitty ass 50,000 for me that she thought that was the world. I just lost 3 years of my fucking life. My grandmother just died. Bitch, I ain't thinking about no goddamn 50,000. I shitted on that little ass 50,000. I just lost my goddamn grandmother. You had old school pimps trying to persuade me, compel me to take her back. You had old school pimps even trying to compel me to take who back. Because at that time when I got out, she was of age by then. So, it was like, man, shit. You end up having that bitch for 15, 20 years. I thought these niggas was crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to say certain names. If I say certain names, you'd be like, goddamn, P, he told you? Yeah. But at the same time, they wasn't telling me something that they haven't done or didn't do. Because I've seen them, take bitches back. They put the police in their business. See, I'm not like that. Bitch put the police in my business. She ain't my bitch. I don't give a fuck how fine the bitch was, how good she was paying me. All of that shit is, that's gone. Completely abolished. I remember no more. Once the bitch put the people in the business, same thing with they trying to use the little video talking about, the little Australian bitch in the video. Yeah, man, that bitch called herself, tried to bail me out, but she couldn't bail me out. You know why? Because my brother had already bailed me out. Freeze had already got me out. Silly bitch. She dropped the case, but I dropped the case. Yeah, you dropped the case, but you caused the case. How I'm going to take you back? I had one, very known P from out of Hollywood division. Really like, come on, P, man. Man, I just like how you was doing your thing. With that bitch. I'm like, P, you must have forgot, man. I'm Sinful to P. I don't have a problem, catching hoes. I don't mean no disrespect to nobody else. But not only am I a handsome ass nigga, but ain't nobody mouthpiece in the game like mine. Ain't Ain't nobody personality in the game like, man, I don't have no problem catching no bitch. You don't hear these nicky knack ass niggas can say whatever the fuck they want to say about sinful people. Guess what? You don't see none of these niggas talking about some, yeah, I jugged the nigga, or yeah, I took care of the nigga, or the nigga was on my couch, or the nigga was sitting over there, you know what I mean, begging me, calling my phone, or you know, when sinful would come, pimps would start running because he was a professional jug master. Like, no. Come on, man. I done really been down about this shit. Things ain't always been the way that it is now. Knock that shit off. Yeah, again, I can talk like that. Because even when I didn't have, I had everything. Even when I didn't have $1, I had everything. See, to me, that's a high value man. No disrespect to what they telling you, but you know, that's what's up. But a high value man is the man that conduct himself to be the best definition of valuable, and he ain't got one motherfucking dollar in his pocket. He don't disrespect standards. He don't disrespect principle. He still maintain manhood, maintain his character, maintain, you understand me, his pimping, maintain his sanity, all of that shit, even in the midst of adversity. Without $1 in his pocket. Ain't got no cool situation right now. Hoes done blew up. You know what I mean? Man, it's really foul right now. I'm talking about sleeping in the motherfucking bathroom stall foul right now. See, this shit you niggas don't know about. They didn't show you this in American Pimp. They didn't show you this in Pimps Up, Hoes Down. They didn't show you this in them little documentaries and things like that. When shit get funky, nigga. Yeah. And when you really are honorary, not honorary, but you just arrogant, you know what I mean, honorary, you know, type of pimp where you ain't sitting up there calling nobody, asking nobody for no goddamn help. You know? Or you got a situation like me, because me and my mother talked about everything. Mama used to be, baby, just come home. Just, you know, you could just stay here full of mama. I can't. I got myself in this situation. You know what I mean? I'm just going to have to get out. You know, that's crazy, baby. Baby, you don't have no money, right? You don't have anything. Baby, just come to Chicago and you know you'll be good. Nah, I can't, mama. I can't. I love you, but no, I can't do that. That's why it pissed me off when I even heard about this fat fuck, one of the little niggas, you know, because, you know, I love my city, but, you know, it's a lot of niggas in Chicago that call themselves hating on this pimping, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? One nigga that I never even heard of, you know what I mean? Really, you know what I mean? Nobody never heard of. God, you know what I mean? Nobody ain't never heard of. You know, a old new nigga just come out of nowhere. But you know, that's neither here nor there. I'm not even gonna talk about that non-existent person. I'm just gonna simply just say this, man. You know, I love my city. I do. And no matter where I was at, I always represented my city. Unlike most people in my city, I wasn't a local joker. I campaigned and I pimped, you know what I mean, in different regions. Now I'm in another country. Come on, man. Don't bring up my name. You ain't been through what I've been through. You ain't pimped how I pimped. Stop even put, because you not in the same weight class. But all that shit aside, because like I said, you know what I mean, things ain't always been like it is now. But nigga, I pimped out of them situations. Nigga, I didn't sell no goddamn drugs. Yeah, I pimped out of them situations. Nigga, I didn't get married like a lot of you niggas. I know a lot of you niggas business. I know a lot of y'all so-called legends business that y'all look up to like gods. I know that them niggas was married. Yeah, sin didn't go that route. I would listen, man. I could avoid a lot of shit that I'm going through even right now if I just get married. You know, but I'm not walking down no aisles and doing no vows, you know what I mean? Unless, you know, God split the heavens and say, hey, Philip, I've called you to marry Oprah. or I called you to marry Bill Gates' ex-wife. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Oprah, if you hearing me, you know what I mean? I forgot her name, you know, Bill Gates' ex-wife, you know what I mean? Hit me up, man. You know what I mean? You know, we can talk about a little something, man, you know? You know what I'm saying? Pete, man, you can't get married. Hey, man, I'm gonna invite all y'all to the wedding and shit like that, man. It's gonna be all good, you know? Yeah, that's right, my baby Melinda, man. Thank you. You know what I mean, baby? If you listening, you know what I mean, hit me up. You know what I mean? Sinful to P773. That's my Instagram. You know, if you want to get at me, you know what I mean, get at me, you know what I mean, on that Sinful to P773. It's a lot of accounts on that Instagram, you know, acting like they sinful to P, you know, but no, baby, you know, I only got two Instagram accounts, the Museum of Game and Sinful to P773. So when I talk to you, that's me. All them other busters, you know, claiming to be sinful to P, that's not me. Yeah, let me put that out there. But shout out to Melinda, man, and shout out to Oprah. You know what I mean? Blessings to my babies, you know? You know, seeing you can't get married. Don't do it. Don't do it, P. Oh shit. Bro, why you marrying Oprah? Hey man, hey man. Hey, get security. Get him out of here. Get him out. When I tell you that me and my whole family, my family, for everybody about to be straight. Let me stop. You know? I'm just fucking with y'all, but really I ain't. You know what I mean? You know, fuck the 719 people that's listening. You know, Oprah, get at me, baby. You know, you know. But no, man. You know, again, you know, in this game, you know, as far as getting back to the game that I never left, you know, as far as like having unprotected sex, no. Yeah, you know, if you, like I said, you know what I mean, if you ain't endeavoring to have a baby, no. No, young P. Leave that unprotected sex alone. But P, man, that wet pussy just feels so good. I understand, but unless you endeavoring to get a baby, I would tell you don't do that. Why? Because, you know what I mean, you know, if you have a baby by the bitch, you know what I mean, even right now, you know what I mean, you're going to bring the spirit of jealousy within the family. You're going to take away the spirit of equality amongst them hoes because now, you know what I mean, you got a hoe feeling like even if you don't got a bottom bitch, you know, she can feel like the bottom, the top bitch or whatever. Why? Because she got a baby by you. You know what I'm saying? So now, you know, she feels like she's over the women. She's has more value. She has more importance than the other women within your family simply because, you know what I mean, she has this child by you. You know? So that spirit of jealousy will mess up your currency. That spirit of jealousy will mess up the unity within the family. You don't want to do that. You know, so now, you know, I mean, like I said, my opinion ain't got no dominion on what another man do, you know, with his woman. But, you know, if you was to ask me or, you know, you just listening right now, you know, from my experience, no, don't get into that. All that unprotected sex, leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the baby, you know, factor. But again, you know what I mean? When you knock a new hoe, you want them women thinking like, you know, I'm with a professional. I'm with a man that puts the game above his sexual desires. I'm with a man that, you know, yes, he's a man and yeah, he got a dick between his legs, but he's always going to put the game first. You know? He's always going to put the game first. He's always going to put pimping and hoeing first above the pleasures, you know, of his dick. So when he got when he's around a square, a hoe can, you know, leave without thinking about, you know, is he getting it on with her? Is he tearing her up in the car? Is he doing it? You know, all type of shit. You know, you listen to these bitches, man, they done been through all type of shit with a lot of these guys in the game. All type of abominable shit that went on. You know? And I'm not talking about young guys either. I'm talking about guys that profess to be veterans that's been around for a minute. So, you know, you want to separate yourself from all of that, Pete. Put more value on your name. Put more importance on your name. Appreciate that, folk. Good looking. You want to put more value, more importance on your name. You don't want to move like, you know what I mean, the familiar and the regular. You don't want, no. You want to be special and peculiar. You want to separate yourself from all of them. You know, what separates you from a square? A square has no self-control. The square has no discipline. The trick has no discipline. You know what I mean? They move with they dick. They move in the spirit of lust. We don't move like that. We move in the spirit of wisdom. That don't mean we're not men no more, but we're just wise men that move in the spirit of wisdom. We don't move in the spirit of lust. We know the consequences of that. It's pimps in the game that wish they would have never, you know what I mean, did that in their youthful days. P, what you talking about? Yeah, you got pimps in the game, man, that can't stand they baby mama and they baby mama, or baby mamas in the game, man, that can't stand they baby mama and they baby mama, or baby mamas is hoes. So again, you know what I mean? That unprotected sex thing, no. Exchanging, you know what I mean, bodily fluids, energy, you know what I mean, spirits with, you know what I mean, these type of individuals. No, leave that alone, young P. Leave that alone. You know what I'm saying? And then another thing is, you know, when you sitting up there moving, like, you know, everybody in the damn near just about most of the guys in the game, the bitches is the hoes, they gonna categorize you. Soon as your name come up, yeah, he fucked me, he fucked me, he fucked me, he fucked me, he fucked me. It just looked like everybody can have you. I don't know what's up with YouTube, but they playing with my numbers. But, you know, everybody can have you. And everybody shouldn't be able to say everybody shouldn't be able to say that they had you. You should be so special, you know what I mean, that, you know, every hoe that paid you shouldn't be able to say that they fucked and sucked on you, P. You know, you're just that special. You're just that important. You're just that valuable. I told you, your life supposed to be like a house. Everybody don't get to go to certain areas of your house. Everybody not gonna make it upstairs. Everybody not gonna make it to the bedroom. Exactly. Treat your life just like that. You know? Yeah, Prince, I don't know, man. You know, they play with me like that because especially, you know, the things that I be talking about, you know, it is what it is, you know. As long as, you know, as my brother would say, long as that special few heard it. Baby D, appreciate that, P. Good looking, man. Good looking on that. Hold on, let me do this right quick. Yeah, Prince, they been on that. They been on that with me. I even be knowing that my numbers as far as even on the views is supposed to be bigger than what it is because, you know, the little 20,000, I've been doing 20,000, 30,000, you know what I mean, for a minute. And no disrespect to nobody else, but let's just keep it real. Like, I am that guy. I know I'm more, I'm just got better content than a lot of other individuals. Real talk. So I know they be doing certain things to keep me at a certain level, you know, so the pimping and hoeing really don't blow up, you know, like it should, you know. That's why, if you notice, I'm always trying to mix it. I'm always trying to speak about square topics and square subjects and things like that so we can get out there. It's not just to grow the platform, but I know if I give too much of it, you know, YouTube be hating. You know? But again, man, as far as the unprotected sex, yeah, like I said, if you're not endeavoring to have a baby, you know what I mean, leave that alone, man, because that's going to fuck up not only just the money, but a lot of times, you know, the spirit of unity, you know what I mean, within the home. You bringing that cheap perfume of jealousy all in the air, in the family, like, yeah, man, keep that temperature on, pimping and hoeing. And like I told you, every time I think about this subject, you know what I mean, I think about this Boston baked bean head ass bitch that I used to preside over when she came and me talking about some. And you know, and yeah, young P, a lot of these bitches, they got some good drag. Yeah, it's some hoes in the game that got some good drag. They got some good hoe drag, man. Yeah, the bitch gonna run drag on you. P, what you mean? You know, the hoe might tell you, you know, like this one bitch out of Sacramento told me, she say, you know, I'm giving you all I'm giving you all my horn, so I need all your pimping. Yeah, that bitch said that freaky ass shit to me, talking about some, if I'm giving you all my horn, what I mean, I need all your pimping. Like, look, I had to laugh my goddamn self, you know what I mean? But yeah, the bitch was trying to run drag on me, you know what I mean, so she could get, a pimp's raw dick around here. You know what I mean? Because the bitch felt like, getting fucked with a condom on. She was like, fucking me with a condom on, that's the way that, I have sex with the trick. I should be able to sit up there and feel my man. Listen, these hoes got some cold drag, man. Cold drag. I should be able to feel my man. That's the way she was campaigning, for a pimp's dick. You know what I mean? Saying that, that's the way I do it with a trick, like, that's just, my job. But when I'm with you, I want to feel all of you. Yeah, just good ass drag. Young P, don't go for it. Yeah, don't go for it. Yeah, don't go for that at all. And then let me also say this to you, young P's. Hey, man, of course, people want to deal with the disease part of it, but I'm just telling you, man, a lot of people feel comfortable, having unprotected sex with them hoes. Like I said, I ain't talking about that soft white underbelly shit. Yeah, I'm not talking about them bitches that y'all be seeing on soft white underbelly. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about them bitches that Mac Kelby had, what I mean, on soft white underbelly. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about real hoes. And when you got a real hoe, that's really fucking with you, they really like you like that, they got concerned about you, she's not going to be just having sex, what I mean, unprotected or doing anything unprotected with a trick. She's not even going to jag a trick's dick off without a condom. She's not going to do that when she really fucking with you like that. When she's really your hoe, when she really, possess that love, for the pimping. She's not going to do that. She's not nasty. This is why I say it's imperative to have a woman. You got to have somebody that, just like you got to be a man first, she got to be a woman first. She got to care about herself. She got to love herself. She got to invest. She got to make deposits of love in herself every goddamn day, just like you do. So, when you have a woman that loves herself, when you got a woman that truly loves the game, respects the game, and got love for the pimping, no, she's not engaging. She's not involved in no unprotected sex with no tricks. That's what she ain't doing. You know what I mean? Do me a favor, get them likes past 500. Can y'all still hear me? I see them numbers is jumping and everything like that. For the longest time, I couldn't even see the comments. We'll appreciate that 50. Appreciate that 50. I'm just seeing that $50. Last comment I seen was Miss Keita, saying blessings. Now I finally just seen all the way. BJJ Goons, Andre, 500 bands, Augustus, Malik, Fan. Yeah, like I'm just seeing y'all. Miss Willow B. Yeah. Hold on. Appreciate that 50, fam. Yeah, YouTube on some bullshit with me, but as long as y'all can hear the game, though, I'm a pimp through. I'm glad I was raised the way I was raised. I just pimp through. Whether you teaching, preaching, or reaching, pimping, whatever, man, you just press through. I got a press in me. I got that, it's early days. Where I'm from the southeast side of Chicago. What you looking at right now, this is Mississauga in Canada. So I'm currently in this Canada. I've been here, for 3 years now. But yeah, originally I'm from the southeast side of Chicago, baby. But blessings to you. And I like that profile picture, by the way, with your little hat on. Yeah, blessings to you. And shout out to Malika. Yes, sir, I can hear you. Okay, Miss Sky. Yeah, but again, man, moving on from that, but oh, matter of fact, let me throw that in there. That's why a lot of them tricks be trying to have unprotected sex with hoes. Because them tricks be knowing that these hoes be clean. I'm talking about real hoes. A real hoe is using condoms for everything. I can't say it enough. A real hoe is using condoms for everything. A real hoe is making tricks, put a condom on, even if he just want his dick jagged off. A real hoe, you know what I mean, is doing that. I'm just talking about a real hoe. I can't speak on nobody else. But a real hoe gonna be sitting up there making a trick, pull out his put that condom on. She not gonna sit up there, you know what I mean, and. But I got 10,000. That's cool. But getting a sexually transmitted incurable disease in exchange for 10,000, sir, please don't insult me. See, a woman that respects herself, loves herself, got love for the game, and got love for the man that's presiding over her, which is the pimping, that's exactly how she gonna respond. I got 50,000, I got 100,000. Sir, that's kibbles and bits. Sir, I don't know what's in your body. And even if you were clean, we won't be engaging. We won't be doing anything as far as having sex unprotected, sir. No. Please stop insulting me. Please stop disrespecting me. By even asking such a thing. That's how a woman who really fucking with you, that care about coming back to her man with no diseases in her body. She just like the man that she with. She clean. But, okay, now, let's get to it, man. About this eating pussy. Now, let me say this. If you a taster and you like to taste the pussy, you know what I'm saying? Don't feel less of a man for your sexual preference. For if that was my sexual preference, I would convey that with no condemnation whatsoever. I wouldn't give a fuck what a nigga thought if that's what I was into. If tasting pussy was what I was into, I wouldn't give a fuck what the pimps was talking about. And I'm so cold at this shit. I'm so cold at talking shit. Even if I was involved in that and all of them was standing on the other side, I ain't gonna lie, they gonna roast now. But I'ma still stand in my truth. Did I get down? But if you're a taster, if you like for a hoe to ride your face, if you cool, with a hoe guiding you, I just got to keep it real. If you cool with you tasting the hoe and she got her hand on your head and she guiding you, she said, get it, get it right there. And the bitch instructing you. If you cool with all of that, hey man, who am I? But like I said, there's some very unpimpish things, that a pimp don't want to be involved in. It's certain unpimpish positions, that a pimp don't want to be involved in. I'm just going to speak for myself. You know what I mean? This is the tongue that God gave me to teach and preach with. I have the ministry of a teacher, a preacher. The game gave me the ministry to pimp. This is my capabilities. This is what I've been blessed with. Why would I take the tongue that, God has given me to be his microphone, and I got my tongue, in a hoe ass? Why would I do this? Now I understand if you a square, a trick, you like, man, shit, move out the way. Let me do my thing. Like I told you, I'll never forget. Me and some of the homies, man, square homies and shit like that. These are not pimps. But nigga gonna ask me, he said, man, you mean to tell me you ain't never looked at a bitch ass and wanted to just put your face all in it and taste it? He was like, man, you ain't never wanted to lick no ass. You ain't never seen a bitch ass, man, that looked so juicy, that it was so big that you wanted to put your face in it. I said, nigga, hell no. Hell no, you got me fucked up. You know what I mean? Get my likes up to 600. Everybody hit the like button. You got me fucked up. You know what I mean? You got me fucked up. No, I've never looked at I put it on everything. Nigga, I have never looked at a woman's ass and just said, oh my God, whoo, I like to taste that. I've never. I've never looked at a woman's ass like, ooh, her booty looks so juicy. I just want to take my lips and just taste it. You know? I've just never had these type of thoughts. You niggas are nasty, and it's okay if you nasty. You know what I mean? It's okay if you nasty. You know what I mean? No, it wasn't. No. I'm talking about niggas I actually know, you know what I mean, that I fucked with in the streets, you know, before YouTube. You know? I'm talking about that. But I've never had these thoughts. Maybe I'm an old man. Maybe I really just don't fit in with y'all. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I was supposed to be back there in the days of my grandfather and them. Because a lot of the things that you guys be doing, I'm just not into it. I enjoy eating pussy and she's mine. I don't know. I always enjoy eating pussy. Hey, do your thing. But guess what? You know, and let me say this. Every time I say this, you know, women take it as a challenge. But this is just the real. It's never gonna. No. You have to understand, before the game, when you have a mother, when you have a grandmother, and even my grandfather used to say shit like that. But he had a weird way of saying things. He'd be like, boy, you ain't been out there putting your face in the suitcase, have you? I promise you, this is how my grandfather used to talk. He like, boy, you ain't been out there tasting them suitcases, have you? I was so lost. I was like, put my face in the suitcase. What? He was like, see, boy, you know, I see, you know, you coming in here. Cause when I first hit Vegas, I was coming in with everything. Cause when I first came to Vegas at the age of 21, I came to my grandmother's. So I was constantly, you know, bringing girls back, Mexicans. Now, you know, the West Coast was just different. You know, in the Shy, I'm just gonna keep it real. In the Shy, I never really had thoughts about white girls like that. I'm just being real. You know, a few, yeah. You know what? I gotta take that back. It was this one little white girl in Indiana, but not, you know, where I'm from. It wasn't like that. You know what I mean? It wasn't that they wasn't pretty. It's just that, you know, that's all I was seeing. And plus the music that we listened to, it encouraged niggas to have red bones. You know? You didn't really hear too many songs, you know, glorifying, you know, being with the white bitch and everything like that. And, you know, we seen them and everything like that, but, you know, that was some other shit. I didn't really get involved and start doing my thing with the snow and Mexicans and other races until I hit the West Coast. You know, it wasn't until the West Coast. As a matter of fact, just to be real, it really wasn't, hey, Kimmy, hey, baby. It wasn't the West Coast. It wasn't until the West Coast that I really just started having a thing for just beautiful, dark-skinned women. Because we used to say shit when we was ignorant. We used to say shit because I was around ignorant niggas and influenced by, you know, me. Oh, man, oh, you got you a little dark-skinned bitch. Oh, she scarred. Or, you know, if she dark, you know what I mean, you try to be with her at certain times of the night and all that goofy shit. But as I matured and evolved and got into my man, I told y'all. And then I hope she don't get offended. We still cool to this day. But man, listen. When I seen, you know, because I used to mess with this girl named Kiana. But when I seen her mama, I know y'all like, what the fuck, Sin? You always going after people, mamas and girls. But listen, Her mama was so fine. I had never seen no woman face and skin that was just this pure. I had never seen no, like, this woman was just so beautiful and chocolate and flawless. Skin was just so heavenly. I'm just keeping it so 100, man. I'm a 21-year-old at this time, man. You know what I mean? I'm having thoughts about this girl's mama that I shouldn't be having, man. She was so fine. Yeah, you know, my girl was fine. She was thick and everything. And, you know, she was brown like me. But her mama, though, her mama was so fine and so chocolate. And skin was just so right. I kept it respectful, though. No, I didn't hit it. You know, saying don't lie about, you know, I didn't. But her skin was just so right. And I used to have to keep it together because she would be like, hey, Sin, hey, Frenchie, I see you, baby. You know what I mean? Hey, no, not, hey, Phil, how you doing? How you doing? Where you guys going? Oh, we're just going to the movies. She'd give me a little hug and everything. And man, she just really didn't know. You know, she really didn't know. You know what I mean? I wanted the mama too. I wanted the mama too, man. Yeah, you know, Kiana cool and everything, thick and pretty and everything like that. But man, I wanted her mama so bad. You know, I'm just keeping it real with y'all. We family. I ain't got nothing to lie about. So I got to tell you the truth. Oh, you said the Diamond Red Bone program. It was actually before that. Before Players Club even kicked in. You got to remember, man, it was just glorified when I was coming up as a shouty. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, oh man, she fine and light skinned, or she fine and brown. Even I told you, when I came home and I told my mother I know who I want to marry. And my mother was like, boy, you not in love. I was so offended as a little boy. How you gonna tell me that I'm not in love? How you gonna tell me that I don't feel what I feel? I was so offended. I came home and I told my mother that I was in love with Phyllis. At the time, you know, I mean, those that's in the shy, you know, McDowell. Sin went to McDowell. I got kicked out of McDowell because I was fighting all the time. But, I came back and I said, Mom, I know who I want to marry. I even got in that voice, Mom, I know who I want to marry. Philip, get out of here. Don't want to get married. You're not in love. Mom, this is who God called me to marry. This. She was just so pretty and light skinned. Had a little boyfriend and everything. When I tell you I learned how to sing High Five, the kissing game, and I stood up there, you know what I mean, and came and sung it to her. You know what I mean? She ended up breaking up with him, you know what I mean, a couple of weeks later. You know, we went together for about 3 weeks. Yup. Miss Phyllis had you wide open. Hey, listen, just like Boosie Collins told you, wide open, yes. Hey, I even gave her one of my now laters. That's how you know the love was real. Man, I gave her one of my now laters, man. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna lie about it. I think I gave her about 2 or 3 of them, and it was the pink ones. Don't tell me that I didn't, hey, it wasn't love, but I felt something. You know what I mean? A little nigga giving up, you know what I mean, 2, 3 now laters and shit like that, and the pink ones. This ain't the this ain't the yellow ones. It was the pink ones. Don't tell me that I ain't had no love for this girl when I'm giving up pink now laters. Man, stop it. Couldn't tell me nothing. But hey, getting back to this game that I never left, right? When it comes to tasting the pussy. Now let me tell the truth on myself before I get deep into this. Now as far as eating ass, and we'll get into all of that, but as far as eating ass, nigga, hell no. I've never had, I just don't, hey, you niggas is a different breed. I never had no thoughts about eating a woman's ass or a woman sitting on my face, that don't even sound right. Here I am, this handsome, God done blessed me to be this handsome man, and you want this bitch to fart in my face. Like, goddamn, you don't think shit of me. Like, I didn't want no bride farting in my face. That's for you niggas. You know what I mean? Like, nah, man, God made me special, man. I ain't got no business, man, tasting no bitch ass. You know what I mean? But to each his own, man. You know what I mean? That's for you to do. You know what I mean? But nah, man, I won't be tasting no ass, man, Nah, I didn't, Denise said, sound good to me. Hey, baby, you know what I mean? Do your thing. Open that booty up and let him go. Let him go for what he know. If that's what he want to do, look at King. He at it. I eat. See, that's a man. That's a man right there. What I mean by that is, if that's your preference and that's what you want to do, then by all means do it. By all means do it. But and let me cover this up too. Not only do I not want to taste no ass, but I gotta cover this too because of niggas like Tank and a lot of it. But I don't want my ass tasted. I don't want nothing with my ass. I don't want nothing with it. What you mean you thought I was a pimp? Yeah, nigga. I can see that you've been listening to rap songs. I can see that you've been around, a bunch of goofies. You know what I mean? Yeah, what you thought a pimp tasting ass and shit like that? Man, what type of niggas y'all been around, man? Listen, let me make this plain. Write the vision and make it plain. Let me give clarity and show charity at the same motherfucking time, man. Hey, I don't want to eat no ass, and I don't want my ass ate. I'm not on no Tank shit. I'm not getting on all fours. I'm not doing the whack 100. I'm not having my thing tooted up. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. I'm not having my thing tooted up. My woman ain't putting me on all fours. I'm not sitting over there tooting my ass up talking about get it. Get it. Get it. Like, no. You know what I mean? I'm just gotta hey, I gotta put it out there. My woman ain't sitting over there spanking my ass and shit like, ooh, daddy, you thick. And I'm sitting over there, get it, baby. Get it. Get it. Like, no. I'm not into that. And some of y'all done heard Tank say that. At first it was a little tingy feeling. Then I was like, get it, get it, get it. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not with that. You know what I'm saying? But to each his own. If you want to taste some booty, if you want a bitch to fart in your face, do your thing, man. And then some of these bitches then set on public seat bathrooms, man. Stop it, man. Some of these bitches be going in public bathrooms, man. Don't even be putting no tissue on. Don't even be putting no tissue on the seat, and just be sitting over there just shitting in gas stations and all type of shit. And you come and be having a bitch just tasting her booty. Niggas done put nut graffiti all on this bitch ass, and you coming right behind it. You know what I mean? Just tasting it, just licking and lapping. Come on, man. Yeah, see, I know I don't fit in with this new gen, this shit y'all got going on. I'm an old nigga in a young nigga's body, man. I am cool. Cool. I'm cool. But to each his own. If you want to sit up there and, keep doing all of that, that's on you. I've been the last 30 minutes, just say no to groceries and luggage. Hey, if that's what y'all want to do, I'm not against you doing what you want to do. I'm just sitting over there, like the scripture says, but for me and my house, but for me and my tongue. When the scripture said, oh, taste and see that the Lord is good, I think some of y'all took that scripture the wrong way. He wasn't talking about, oh, taste and see the booty. He wasn't talking about, he wasn't talking about that. Y'all took that scripture wrong. Hold on, blessing sin. John, appreciate that 5, man. Good looking. But I just want to ask you, to the young pimpin', how can you be exalted, respected, valued, and seen as the best definition of important, and you're taking the mouthpiece of the game, and you're taking your tongue, the same tongue that you give instructions with, and you participating in all type of lascivious acts. You participating in evil concupiscence. You sitting over there licking and lapping. You know, putting your tongue in the booty. And like I said, what if you tickle the bitch and she fart in your face? You still want to be seen, and you still expect this bitch to see you as the pimpin'. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. After that bitch blow up, after she get into her motherfucking feelings or however she leave you, she gonna tell your business. The whole game gonna know that you a booty eater. The whole game gonna know that she sat on your face and you was doing some nasty, unpimpish thing with your tongue that made the bitch laugh and she farted in your face. Now, of course, you know, she allowed you to keep tasting it. But any bitch that even allow a man that's professing to be a pimp to take his tongue and put it in her booty hole, she didn't even respect you. It's almost like Kim Kardashian allowing Kanye and telling him to get liposuction. Hey man, she don't even respect you. A woman know not to even get down like that with a nigga like me. But she gonna fuck with a nigga like you like that. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'd have been smacked the furniture out of a bitch mouth for even sitting over there asking me some shit like that. Can she fart in my motherfucking fine ass face? Bitch, you got me fucked up. You niggas is lost and nasty. Hey, Melinda, appreciate that 10, man. Good looking, baby. Hey, but look, again, you know, do your thing. I'm not discouraging you. I need people like you so she can see a separation. Do you hear me? I don't want you to stop. I want you to continue. Because if we got a population of guys that's eating booty, tasting booty, and getting farted on, when the bitch finally get with the real pimping and get with somebody like me, you know what I mean? She can see the difference. Yeah, she can see that I'm not trying to keep her with all that nasty shit. I'm just pimping. You know? Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, continue on, man. Continue tasting. Don't let this video discourage you. By all means, keep tasting her booty. But like I told you, she gonna tell. And to give you an example of what I'm talking about that I didn't get to finish on yesterday, I told you guys we was in Caesars. I'm a young pimp at the time. I had to be 23 because I don't even think this was '08 yet. You know what I'm saying? So listen, we was in Caesars and things. And I'll never forget. I'm not going to say certain names. You know what I mean? If you didn't pick up on what I said yesterday, then it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that 5, man. Blessings to the 504. But look, check it out, right? I'm just a young pimp minding my business, endeavoring to do some campaigning. And as I come in Caesars, because this shit's so old, this when OPM was cracking. You know, this is when OPM was cracking. Divine, know what I'm talking about. This is when Caesar's Palace used to be cracking. Oh my God, I miss the OPM. The OPM used to bring so many beautiful, fine-ass squares, you know what I mean, that had some good potential. You know, Bill, appreciate that too. But as I'm campaigning, right? You know what I mean? I see the P's. I see pimps, you know, speaking amongst each other. You know? And it was a nice crowd. I had to say all together, you know what I mean? The pimping was just chopping it up, you know, with each other at the bar and shit. They was just all around, each other. I had to say, man, it was about a good 11, 12 piece. But I don't know how they got into an argument. I just came at like the ass end of it. This situation kind of reminds me of the scripture in the Bible when they say, be sure that your sins will find you out. And as I'm walking up, the bitch getting loud with him. And she say, yeah, nigga, you sitting up there trying to talk about all of this motherfucking pimping and all of this shit. Trying to sit up there and make it seem like you just some big ass pimp. Like you really doing all of this goddamn pimping and shit like that. Tell these niggas how you ate my ass. Tell these niggas how you ate my ass. Tell these niggas how you ate my ass, nigga. You ate my booty. Tell these niggas how you ate my ass. And she just loud as hell. And I just remember the facial expressions of pimps as the bitch is loud as hell. She didn't even need no microphone. She had a microphone inside of her that night. Tell these niggas how you ate my ass. You sitting up here fronting, talking all of this motherfucking pimp shit, but tell these niggas how you ate my ass though. Tell them that. Tell them that. And because he was from the Bay Area, you know what I mean? There was some Bay Area representation around and shit like that, with a little mixture. You know what I mean? But she was just so loud. Now, watch this. I never had no thought about it. I never wanted to do it. But especially after that night, it was really over after that. Because that taught me that from even that situation, that these bitches is gonna tell. Hey man, these bitches, you gotta be a plum fool to be participating in all of that goofy shit that you doing in the bed. Hey, listen, let me just put this out there too. I gotta speak on this too. That's why a lot of these niggas be ready to kill. You be like, damn, man, he was talking all of that pimping, man. Why that nigga go into Cuz and Blood and on Paru and, on Larry or on Chief? Why he go into all of that? You gotta understand. Niggas be eating booty. Niggas be doing all type of weird shit with these bitches behind closed doors, and these bitches got these niggas secrets. It's not just so that much that they gonna miss the money, even though they will. It's not so much they gonna miss the pussy, even though they will. But these bitches be having these niggas secrets though. Some secrets that they don't want to get out to the game. You know what I'm saying? Thing on Long Beach Boulevard or Trail Play. P, we gonna have to speak at another time. I think I know who you talking about. We're chopping up at another time. Notice I didn't put P name out. You know what I'm saying? I ain't put his name out. I still fuck with him. Older P. Plus I was 23 at the time. P was probably like my age then, or early 40s then. He been in the game for quite a minute. But yeah, the bitch did put it out there and he didn't deny the shit. So yeah, he was tasting that booty. You know what I'm saying? And this is around, matter of fact, this was just a few years after E40 and T-Pain just came out with that song trying to get to you and that booty. I'm stupid, leave me alone. But look, okay, check it out. That also remind me of the time when we was in Bills. And that same P, notice he always in some shit, but he was doing the exposing this time. The same P that got exposed for eating booty, he was doing the exposing this time. We was in Bill's Casino, man, one night, matter of fact, listen, it was really top of the morning. And they got into it because, first of all, the bitch that this young P ended up knocking, I remember when he knocked the bitch because I was with Freeze at the time. It was me, him, and Freeze. And honestly, just to keep it 100, I think any other three could have had the bitch. But I was just scared. I was scared, man. P, why was you scared? Because she was just gang banging with the out of pocketness. And I had never seen nobody, this out of pocket. And when a bitch this out of pocket in a casino, I'm kind of scared. Because I didn't see her, getting that. I didn't know her. I didn't see her really getting at a trick. You know what I'm saying? So because I didn't see her getting at a trick, and she just blatantly out of pocket. And what did I teach y'all? I told you, man, if you don't see that hoe in a hoe's place, which is in a trick's face, and the bitch just getting blatantly out of pocket, be very fearful. Very fearful. Very fearful. You know what I'm saying? She ain't at the money. You don't really know this hoe like that. And she just a new bitch, and she just blatantly out of pocket in the casino. 9 out of 10, man, that be them people. Especially if it's a white bitch. That be them people. Watch your language. Watch your language. You can speak indirectly but directly, but man, watch your language. Don't say anything incriminating. Don't pander. Don't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? So look, check it out. They sit up there, you know what I mean, and get into it. Cause dude, the young Peter, he actually got at the bitch. I was afraid. Freeze was hesitant. But, other P, he went at it. And I want to say his name, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't going to say his name. But I'll just give you a hint. He the same P that when I was in jail, when he walked in the county, and I told you when he walked in, the motherfucking sugar-free came on in my head because he came in so smooth with the long hair. Yeah, that's him. So this other P, he get into it with the P that had got exposed at Caesars for eating booty. So, okay, check it out. We in bills, man. And I'll never motherfucking forget, man. Appreciate that 10, man. Good looking, baby. Hey, I'll never motherfucking forget, man. He said, nigga, I done checked 38,000 out of her. You know what I mean? He was, I can't lie, he was getting his money. When he knocked that bitch, and I found out that she wasn't the police, that she was a real hoe that was looking to choose, oh, I was so upset. I was so upset, but I was happy for him because he was doing some pimping. He like, yeah, nigga, I done checked 38,000 out the motherfucking hoe, nigga, within 3 motherfucking weeks, nigga. Don't talk to me about no goddamn pimping. Yeah, really mashing around here. You was playing with the hoe. You was playing with the bitch, man. You put a baby in the bitch. I put some game in the bitch. Yeah, bitch gave me 38,000 in 3 weeks. I don't want to hear nothing about no goddamn pimping, man. Appreciate that 5, man. Good looking. Y'all just treat me good around here. Whole bunch of ones be the whole bunch of nuns, man. I appreciate these 5s and 10s and things. It all add up, Hey. But look, check this out. That nigga said, nigga, you doing some weird ass shit with that bitch. Nigga, what type of pimp sit up there and had a bitch, you know what I mean, get the hairs off his booty? And this is what happened. And when he said that, this is what it sounded like. It was complete silence. Because I was fucked up. I was fucked up with what he said. And I'm like, nah, man, he ain't just say what I think he said, but then he repeated it. He's like, what type of pimp tell a hoe to get some hairs off his booty? And that nigga said, do you know what that nigga response was? He was like, at least it was the bitch. And I ended up finding out why he said at least it was the bitch, but that's another story. I ain't about to get into all of that. This video will be longer than long, man. Like I told you, Sin got stories for days. I got stories for days, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. So look, check it out. I was fucked up. That man said, what pimp tell a hoe to get the hairs off his booty? because he was a hairy motherfucker, he told the bitch to take some motherfucking scissors and cut the hairs off his back, and she was cutting hairs off his booty. And I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, to each his own, man. But that just let me know, man. Y'all just be doing anything with these hoes, man. Hey, but to each his own, man. I ain't gonna knock you. Hey, man, if you want the bitch to cut hairs off your booty, but yeah, hey, let me just let you hoes know, man. You can really fuck with Sinful though. I ain't gonna let you. You ain't gotta cut no hairs, off my. First of all, you won't be touching my booty, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You won't be nowhere near my anal area, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You can really fuck with a pimp. You know what I mean? And you won't be nowhere near. Shout out to my little bro, man. You know what I mean, Ron. You know what I mean? But yeah, you won't be nowhere near. You know what I mean? My booty, bitch. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can fuck with Sinful the P, man. You know what I mean? You won't be nowhere near my ass. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, if you one of them bitches, man, that's been traumatized, you know what I'm saying, because a pimp gave you instructions, you know what I mean, to cut the hair off his booty. If you tired of cutting the booty, if you tired of cutting booty hairs off the booties of these niggas, you know what I mean, you tired of, you know what I mean, pimps, you know what I mean, having their booty hairs all in the videos, you know what I mean? Fuck with Sinful the P, man. Fuck with me, man. Yeah, fuck with Sinful the P. Sinful the P ain't gonna give you no instructions, baby, to be cutting hairs off his booty and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, none of that weird shit. You just gonna get pimped on. You don't hear none of that weird ass shit, you know what I mean, being said about Sinful the P, You never hear no hoe saying, yeah, I was cutting hairs off of seeing booty. Hey, baby, I'm not even no hairy nigga like that, bitch. I don't even got hair under my arms. You know what I mean? I don't. I'm not a hairy nigga at all. So you ain't got to worry about all that with sin. No, I ain't gonna have you doing no weird ass shit like that, bitch. You won't even be by my anal area. The fuck? But teach his own. Teach his own, man. But this is one of the reasons why these niggas really don't be wanting these bitches to sit up there and choose. Because these bitches be knowing all these niggas' secrets. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Why you think a lot of these dudes don't even be wanting these bitches to go to the blade? It's not that they love these bitches so much. Sometimes it do. But a lot of reasons why these guys ain't really sending these bitches outside, because they know the dangers of that. He's not so much afraid of this bitch getting killed. He's afraid of this bitch getting knocked. And not only losing money, not only losing, good pussy, but he don't want his business being told. You know what I'm saying? Because when you really knock, these niggas, and you let that hoe just talk, man, you'll find out some crazy shit. Like, oh, damn. So that's how you deep over there. Damn. You ain't doing no pimping. That's why you appear like you pimping on Instagram. Ooh. And like I said, that's why I really don't be too impressed, because a lot of times guys be doing a bunch of shit that I would never do and ain't gonna do. So yeah, he can have that little money or that little Instagram fame and shit like that. Hey, Sin ain't doing none of that, bitch. You're not getting your booty tasted. You're not putting your legs in the air. You know what I mean? With my face all in your coochie. Ain't none of that going on, bitch. You might as well sit up there and choose up on one of these little freaky ass little young niggas or something like that. Because as far as my motherfucking 38-year-old ass, ain't none of that shit going on, bitch. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I ain't never been high. I ain't never been drunk before in my life. So you don't got a chance in hell of that shit happening with me, because I don't get high. I don't get drunk. Maybe I could catch Sin when he high. I don't get high. Maybe I can catch Sin when he get drunk. I don't get drunk. So look, let me put that out there too. Now, as far as the booty, no. But has Sin ever been tempted? I'm a man. I keep everything 100 with y'all. I don't put on no facades. That's why the young people fuck with me. Because I'm not like most of the P's my age or older, you know what I mean? They're just acting so pimpish than thou. But look, check it out, right? Have I ever had thoughts about, you know what I mean, tasting some pussy? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Have I ever wanted to taste some pussy? Yes, I have. I told y'all about this one hoe I had, right? Little chocolate thing. You know what I'm saying? Fine little thing, man. Yeah. Yeah, she was a fine little chocolate motherfucker. And I have to tell you, this is one of the most beautifulest pussies that I've ever seen in my 38 years of existence. I gotta tell it like it is. I can't tell you no lies. You know, the bitch pussy was heavenly looking. You know, she really did. You know what I mean? And not only that, I like her because she was clean. One of the cleanest hoes that I've ever had. A neat freak. You know, one of them hoes that was constantly taking showers all the time. I just like that. Like anything, like say for example, if you was drinking some Fiji water and you left that on the table, she's gonna ask, do you want me to put this up or you want me to keep this in? Because, you know, things out of order, it just, you know, it makes her feel uncomfortable. You know, just keeping it 100, I just like a clean woman. And not only did her pussy look attractive, you know what I mean? But like I said, she was attractive to me for many reasons. Not just because she was taking care of my business, but because she was a clean woman. So, you know, yeah, her pH balance was right with the father. So, listen, this how the bitch, you know what I mean, tempted me one time. You know, now, this one, you know, for you squares that don't know, you like, oh, you know, she on her period. Yeah, you know, she was on her period and everything like that. And the bitch had fucked around and got one of the sponges stuck in her pussy. Yeah, she got it stuck in her pussy. Good morning to you, darling. Good morning to you, gorgeous. It's a blessing to see that profile picture. But yeah, man, you know, she had got one of the sponges, man, stuck in her pussy. And she said, Sin, you know, when you get a chance, can I talk to you by yourself? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, baby. You know, because I think I was watching TV or watching whatever I was watching on the TV at the time. You know what I mean? And, you know, I didn't know that the bitch was going to tell me. She's like, I got the sponge stuck in my pussy. You know, the look at Divine talking about getting the tub, ho. She had already tried that, Divine. You know what I mean? So I had to go in the pussy and go get it. Now at this time, you know what I mean? Of course, we had not done anything. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know, in my mind, like, boy, you know, these hoes got dragged like a motherfucker. So, you know, I'm private with the bitch now. You know what I'm saying? We in the room, you know what I mean, and she lay down. And yeah, man, she spread them legs. And this is my first time, you know, viewing that thing. And I must say, yeah, that chocolate motherfucker was looking right. Yeah, I just got to keep that shit 100, man. You know what I mean? Don't let me talking shit, you know, get you fucked up. You know? So, you know, I get in the pussy, man. I get the sponge out of the motherfucker, of course, and everything like that. But I can't lie to you. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me see. Yeah, 930. Yeah, 933 individuals. Y'all keep this to yourself. I'm only sharing this because we family, right? But yeah, Simba was having some very, very sinful thoughts about this particular hoe. And she still be watching my shit. So I know when she hear this, she gonna bust out laugh. But yes, I had some very sinful thoughts about her that particular day. And I appreciate, you know what I mean, me being kept by the power of this game, because them thoughts could have led to some results, you know what I mean, that would have been an insults, you know, some insults, you know what I mean, to who I am and what I did. So no, you know, so no, I didn't go there. You know what I mean? But was my mind, did I have some thoughts about it? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You know, and I was in my mind, like I laughed about it. I laughed about it with the pimp, and I was like, man, that bitch, I think that bitch was running drag on me, man. I think that bitch was running drag on me, man. I think that bitch sit up there and got that shit stuck up in her, man, on purpose, man, for me to sit up there and touch all on her, man, and get all in her pussy and things, man. You know, uh, good fella, man. Appreciate that 20. You know what I mean? Look at Avenue. Nah, I didn't want to get no sponge with my mouth, but you know that's a nice joke. But nah, you know, like I said, you guys you guys will fuck up a wet dream, man, with that shit y'all be talking about, man. You know? Nah, I didn't want to go up in the pussy, man, and grab the sponge with my mouth. Nah, you see, you've been really listening to some R. Kelly heavily, man. But blessings to you. But yeah, leave that TB2.com alone, man. Yeah, I can see you've been having that on repeat. But no, I'm not going in no pussies grabbing sponges with my mouth. Like, you niggas got some cold imaginations, man, about this pimping, man. Stop it. You know, don't be fantasizing about this pimping, man. Stop. But I'm just keeping it 100 with you. You know? I'm not trying to act more pimpish than thou. I'm telling you the absolute truth about me. Yes, sin had them thoughts. Did I participate? No, but I did have them thoughts. Only thing that separated me from you is I didn't keep entertaining it. Because if you entertain an unclean thought, you're going to get into some unclean activities. As a man thinketh, so is he. So yeah, I had to hurry up and get my mind off that. But yeah, the pussy was beautiful than a motherfucker. I just had to let you know that. And I was attracted to her like a motherfucker. You know? And I know she would have, I know she would have, oh man, she would have loved that. You know? But no, we didn't get into all of that. But again, if you tasting pussy and you think that that's cool and you want to do it, that's on you. This is not to diminish you. This is not to disrespect you or tarnish your reputation, you know, if that's what you're in. There's a lot of P's that was tasting pussy. A lot of P's, we just got to keep it 100, man. I've seen different pimps like, man, ain't no pimp eating pussy. That's a lie. That is a lie. Let me put the truth of this game out there. That is a lie. That's an absolute lie. It's some legendary representation that participated in tasting pussy. So, like I said, a lot of y'all be speaking on this game and you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Now, just because sin, you know what I mean, ain't sit up there and been involved in that, and you'll never hear a hoe or even a woman prior to me getting in the game, you know, saying that I tasted her wet thing. You just will never hear that. But to say that no representation of this game ever participated in that, that's a lie. That's a lie. It's some pimps that do eat pussy and enjoy eating pussy. And guess what? I don't think any less of them as pimps or men because that's their preference as a man. I don't. You know what I'm saying? So again, young P, if that's something that you're into doing and you want to do it, that's on you. But I'm going to just say this to you. You should never want to participate in anything that you'll be ashamed of. Did you hear me? You should never want to participate in anything that you would be ashamed of. If this is something that a hoe can sit up there and go tell somebody and you would be ashamed, or something that you wouldn't want to come out, you shouldn't be in that. You shouldn't be in that. I'm gonna give you this, and this is the absolute truth. I don't know who listening, it might get back to him. You know, me and this nigga, we don't like each other. It's always been like that. Always. From the very first year of my pimping, me and this nigga stayed at it. We used to roast each other in front of Freeze. You know what I mean? Every time we seen each other. That's how we would greet one another sometime. I'd be like, yeah, man, I know what you did last summer and the summer before that, you know what I mean? And I know it wasn't no pimping. He's like, oh man, here come the church boy again. What you got? What sermon you got for us today? What scripture you got for us today? And I say some shit like, let me see. Thou shalt not be a buster. Thou shalt not be a hoe truster. Thou shalt not, you know what I mean, taste the hoe. Oh, damn. That's 3 strikes. You out. I say some shit like, I'm like, damn, you guilty of all 3 of them things. Because the nigga that I'm talking about, he used to be in Planet Hollywood a lot of times, you know what I mean, at the Heart Bar a lot of times with his little girlfriend prostitute. And, you know, I used to get on him, man. I was like, damn, man, when you gonna get another bitch, man? You been in this game, man, for some years, man. Why your girlfriend ain't gonna let you have another hoe, man? I was like, you probably can't even call her a bitch. You probably be like, look, baby, I'm gonna call you a bitch. You know what I mean? Sin getting ready to come around. But yeah, I don't mean it. I'm just letting you know, baby, I don't mean it. But you know, sinful about to come around and them pimps about to come around. So, you know, I'm about to call you a bitch, you know what I mean? Because the pimps is around. But just to let you know, baby, I don't mean it. I just got to do it because the pimps is around. I'm like, man, I done already peeped you out. I already know your whole get down. You know, nasty ass nigga. We used to go back and forth. Plus, he was a real close friend at the time. You know, he probably ain't in here right now. But he was close back in the day with Dow Jones. You know, me and Dow be going at it sometime, but you know, Dow Jones and a few more pimps, they was the ones that gave me my first roasting. You know what I mean? Roasting on the pimp. I told you I had did some green ass shit. They was like, do this nigga got my bitch saved in his phone? Oh man, they roasted me. It felt like eons, you know what I mean? That top of the morning. Yes, sin has been roasted. Sin has been chopped. You know what I mean? We all have. We all have. You know what I mean? And I'm included. But look, check it out. The same nigga that I'm talking about, man, listen. We always used to go back and forth. But this is the one time he couldn't go back and forth with me. And the reason why he couldn't go back and forth with me, because the video had came out with him sucking on a dildo. This is what I said, man. Y'all got to be careful, man. You know what I mean? About these things that y'all be doing in the bedroom with these hoes, man. A lot of unpimpish acts, a lot of unpimpish behaviors, man. Yes, he was sucking on the dildo. You know, and I just don't understand why you would have a dildo in your mouth. I mean, but to each his own, man. You know, I know you pimps. So in my mind, this is how I had all of the pimps. I said, oh, so that's what you mean. That's what you niggas mean when you be like, you teaching the hoe how to hoe. Oh man, that's what you niggas mean, man. When you be talking about you teaching that hoe how to hoe. Oh, okay. Oh man. That's what y'all mean. I never understood what y'all meant by that, man. You know what I mean? But that's what y'all mean by that, huh? You teaching the hoe how to hoe. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. Hey, Miss Rain. Hey, baby. Hey, Meg. Hey, baby. That's what you mean by that. Teaching the hoe how to hoe. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, okay. I never really knew, you know what I mean, what y'all meant by that. Now, you know, I know what I mean, you know, when I say giving her some game that she can utilize so she can go out there and go do some hoeing. I like that better. But, you know, I was like, oh, so that's what y'all mean when y'all be like, yeah, I'm teaching her how to hoe. Oh, okay. Okay, you giving her a hands-on experience. Oh, okay. Yeah, I won't be doing that, bitch. I won't be doing that. But I'll never forget, man, there was a Pimp and Hoe group on Facebook. And the video come out with him just licking and lapping, man, on that goddamn dildo, man. Doing all type of unpimpish acts, man, with that dildo, man, with a passion. With a passion, man. You know what I'm saying? He was tasting that dildo with a passion. With a passion, man. You know, like a mad Russian, man. You know what I mean? He had a passion with it, man. You know? No, I don't think it was the Shark Tank. No, I don't think it was the Shark Tank, man. I forgot the name of this group. It has spread all over, man. You know? But hey, listen. Don't think I'm lying. I could call a pimping right now. Oh, look at Divine. I remember. Look, see, that's the beauty of having pimps and hoes in the comment section and shit like that. That's how you know I'm not freestyle lying. You know, because we got representation in the congregation that can give you confirmation of everything that I'm saying and conveying about this motherfucking abominable situation, you did? You know, but yeah, you know, man, I almost threw the phone. Baby, he didn't throw that deal though, but I mean, to each his own. Like the scriptures say, be sure that your sins will find you out. You shouldn't be participating in nothing you would be ashamed of. And guess what? Ever since that incident didn't happen, the volume of his pimping has been turned all the way down. Excuse me, I don't even want to, I mean, I don't know, man. To each his own. To each his own. He never really was no pimp to me. You know, he could church boy, he could make all of them jokes, but hey, man, I'll be all of that, man. But hey, man, you got dildos in your mouth, man. Cool on you. I was always cool on you. You know, Freeze was always with that light skin shit. You know, speaking to all you niggas, being cool with all you niggas, man. Dark skin, ashy elbow pimping over here, man. I ain't cool with everybody. Yeah, my name's Sinful to P. I ain't friends with all you niggas. I don't like you niggas, man. Where's the bitch? The bitch that you confusing. Yeah, where's the bitch that you abusing because you don't want your secrets out? Where's the bitch? That's what I'm on. Where the bitch, man? Want to be friends with no niggas that sell around here tasting dildos, you know, teaching these hoes how to motherfucking taste dildos and shit. Come on, man. And y'all niggas know I'm not lying. Ever since that video came out, you ain't heard him say nothing. Ever since that video came out, when was the last time you heard his name in the game? When? Yeah, you haven't. Yeah, you know sin ain't. That's why, man, they be so angry and mad at me. They be so upset at me. Hey, you can run my history and you can run my history back again. But hey, check this out, man. Hey, that shit happened, man, when I was 23 years old with 10 months in the game. And guess what? I'd rather sit up there and run that back again, nigga, than sit up there and have a dildo in my mouth. But that's just me. That's just me, man. Yeah, I did everything off the false pretenses of thinking that, you know what I mean, the bride, you know what I mean, was of age. You know what I mean? He might try to bring that up, but hey, I'd rather run my history back in innumerable times, nigga, before I have a dildo in my mouth. But hey, that's just me, man. That's why y'all judgment be falling on deaf ears. Because see, the S on my report card is out there. But what you niggas hiding though? Yeah, what you niggas hiding though, man? Yeah, we know the F's on my report card. Yeah, we could deal with it. It's on the table. But what you niggas hiding though? You know what I mean? I wish I would let niggas that's be sucking on dildos and shit try to motherfucking judge this pimping. Man, miss me with that shit. That's some shit that motherfucker happened eons ago. You know what I mean? When nigga was green. Nigga, man, loose here. You niggas is motherfucking old ass niggas and you tasting dildos. I'm not trying to listen to you niggas, man. Yeah. And I'm going to just say this. You know, if you would sit up there and taste the dildo, you would taste something else. You know what I mean? If you would taste the dildo, you would taste something else. But that, hey, I'm going to leave that alone. I already know it's going to be some phone calls made this morning. Hey, make them. Yeah, it's 937 people up in here already. Yeah, go ahead and make them. I already know I'm getting shit started. You know what I mean? You know, hey. Yeah, man, Sinful was on there talking. Yeah, he said this, man. Go to 2 hours and such and such. Yeah, he talking about you right there, right there, right there. So again, to each his own. You know what I mean? To each his own, man. You know? No, the game already know. It's you squares that's left out. You see the pimping already know who I'm talking about. Yeah, the pimping already know. You know, but again, don't do nothing that you ashamed of. Hold on, let me do this because I see the goofy then got up. Let me do this right quick for this person. A grown ass man doing weird ass shit calling me. What you calling a grown man for? You calling a grown man private on the phone. You dudes is weird. You know, weird. There we go. But yeah, man, all of this tasting booty and tasting coochie, if that's what you want to do, then do it. You know, but if you're gonna profess to be this pimping, you know what I mean, you shouldn't be participating in anything that you feel ashamed of. If you're ashamed of eating booty and tasting coochie, then why you doing it? You know what I mean? I know, you know, a lot of y'all is, you know, my mind is telling me no, but my tongue is telling me yes, you know, Mac the P ass niggas. I understand that you niggas is nasty, you know, but hey, again, for the young pimping, hey, don't participate in nothing that you ashamed of. Don't participate in anything that you feel that if it got out, it would just damage your reputation. You know, niggas would sit up there and laugh at you and about you across the nation. You know, yeah, leave that alone. Leave that alone, young P. Hold on, let me acknowledge 10 minutes of game coming in with the 10. Tyler, appreciate that too. Appreciate all the love. Thank you. You know, but yeah, man. You know, and I gotta get on this too. Yeah, I'm about to go somewhere else. Yeah, I gotta speak on this new shit that y'all. It ain't even new shit. It's old shit, but y'all, it's new because we got social media and you guys are putting it out there. Y'all telecasting it, broadcasting it. You know what I mean, to the world. But hey, man, you know if you a pimp, hey, you know if that's something that you want to do to the bitch, I'm not gonna do it. You know, I won't be spitting in no woman's mouth. I'm not into that. You know, some of y'all into that. Hey, I ain't mad at you. Get your freak on. If you want a man spitting in your mouth, baby, you know what I mean? Let him spit in your mouth. But me personally, you know, no, I won't be spitting in your mouth and the bitch won't be spitting in my mouth either. Yeah, let me make that known. Let me write the vision and make it plain. I won't be spitting in her mouth and she damn sure won't be spitting in mine. Now, if you a pimp, you know what I mean? I don't know why you would allow a bitch to be spitting in your mouth. And one of you little freaky niggas, you know what I mean? Hey, listen, I ain't gonna call no names, but I'm just gonna say things, make motherfuckers know, you know what I mean, without. But, you know, I see how you niggas been getting deep, man. You niggas been tasting booty. You niggas been letting these hoes spit in your mouth. All type of goofy shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these niggas be like, damn, you know what I mean? Man, P got a large following like King Solomon. He getting a financial gratitude from a multitude, you know what I mean? A multitude of top of the mornings around this motherfucker, man. Goddamn. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. Like I said, a lot of these niggas is doing shit that you and I wouldn't do. I'm not gonna let no bitch spit in my mouth. I'm not spitting in the bitch mouth, and the bitch ain't spitting in my mouth. Now, I can understand if you're a freaky motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, and you want to spit in the bitch mouth, okay, then, you know, you could kind of get away with that, you know, even though, you know, that's a little bit, you know, on that side. But, I mean, if, you know, it looked better for you to be doing the spitting. But for a hoe to spit in your mouth, yeah, I mean, I don't know how to, even with my mouth, listen, the mouthpiece of Farrakhan couldn't make this pimpish. Do me a favor, get my likes to 800. I know I done said too many meaningful and comical things at the same time. You know, no disrespect to them other guys, but they content ain't like mine. Hey, make my shit hit 800. I done already woke you motherfuckers up. You know what I mean? And it ain't even we ain't even really got to. It ain't even 10 o'clock yet. You know, yeah, get my likes all the way up. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you click on the subscribe and the bell button. Yeah, click on that. Click on the thumbs up. Get my subscribers all the way up there. You did. But yeah, man, you can get away with spitting in a woman's mouth. If that's what that woman into, she she wants you to have dominion over her. There's some women that like to be pissed on. It's some women that like a golden shower. It's some women that like a big dick, over her, and she want to be pissed on. She don't do, nothing on the woman. That's kind of common. That's old school. A lot of these women, like to be pissed on. They do. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all saying ew and all of that. And let me say this to the fellas. When these women reveal what they into, don't ever give that type of reaction. Because now you taking away the comfortability away from that woman revealing what she's into. You know what I mean? A woman, whenever, put it like this, and keep this in your memory. Whenever judgmental people are non-existent, that's when you'll see women, moving in the comfortability of their sexuality. You know what I'm saying? They'll get real comfortable. The temperature will be on comfortability, and she'll start really expressing her sexuality when non-judgmental people don't exist. Judgmental people don't exist. If you remove the judgmental people, you'll start seeing women just talking and talking and talking and talking. So when a woman tell you that she like this or she did this, don't ever, damn, don't do that. Don't do that. Just listen. Even if you like, damn, bitch, you did that. Don't ever do that. Just let her talk. Just let her talk. You know what I mean? Just let her talk. Don't do that. Don't ever, ew, oh damn, you did that. Don't do that. Let her just keep talking. You know what I mean? Let her keep talking. And you just keep listening. You know what I'm saying? Because just to keep it all the way 100 with you, I'm going to tell you something. All of these bitches is nasty. All of them. Not my little sister. She nasty too. P, you don't know what you're talking about. My mama, your mama was nasty. She just didn't meet the right man. You know what I mean? To bring it out of her. But your mama nasty. And your grandmama nasty too. You just didn't know it. You just didn't know it. If your motherfucking granddaddy told you, you know what I mean, you would have known that your grandmama was with the business. Where you think your mama got it from? Your grandmother was with the business. Come on, man. Your grandmama, hey, if you really get the information really on your grandmama, hey, man, your mama ain't had nothing on your grandmother. And I don't even want to get on your great-grandmother. She was really with the business. Come on now. You know what I mean? If you was close like that with your grandfather, man, he would have dropped science on you, man, and let you know why he sit up there and got married to your grandmama with the quickness. Your grandmama was nasty. See, now, of course, when she came around you, your grandmother was cooking good. She had to, come on, Jesus. Come on, Jesus. Come on in the room. Come on, Jesus. Come on, Jesus. Come on in the room. She had all of that playing. You know what I mean? She had the good gospel music playing. You know what I mean? Grandmother was cooking, baking cookies, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Had the good Mahalia Jackson playing, had the good James Cleveland playing. Hey, man, but your grandmother, man, was a cold freak. A lot of y'all didn't know nothing about your grandmother, but because she had long dresses on, because Granny conducted herself like an honorable, respectable grandmother. Shout out to David J. Shout out to my little bro. You know what I mean? Because grandmother conducted herself like the grandmothers of old. You don't want to see your grandmother like that, and it's hard for you, but I'm just giving it to you like it is. Your grandmother was dropping it like it was hot. Your grandmama liked back shots. Your grandmother was participating in some things you think is new because of this generation. And if you really was close to your grandmother like that, she'd say, oh no, baby. The Bible even told you nothing new under the sun, baby. We've been doing that. Y'all just got social media talking about it. Yeah, we was doing that back in the tavern days, baby. You know, way in the South. What you think? What you mean? What you think we meant when we say it go down in the South? Or what you think it mean? You know, the dirty South. You know what I mean? What you think that meant, baby? Yeah, this new. You think it's new, baby? Y'all ain't doing nothing but a rerun. Only thing is, we didn't tell our business. We was discreet. We was conservative about it. Y'all broadcasting and telecasting everything. But yeah, we been on that, baby. Yeah, we been on that. Y'all thought y'all discovered something new. You know. But your grandmother was a freaky leak. Come on now. Your grandmother was throwing that thing back. You know? Let me get off there. I know that's sensitive. Let me leave that. My granny wasn't doing that. My granny. How you think you got? Let me stop. But again, man. You know, man, get back to this game that I never left. I'm going to leave that alone. I know that's a very sensitive area, man. You know, man, my grandmother, my mother, they were my best friends. So I understand. You know, I understand. Shout out to Frenchie. Shout out to my nigga Brown Hornet, man. Shout out to the homie. You know, but let me just go back. You know, let me leave that alone. I ain't trying to get my ass whooped. I see some of y'all want to whoop my ass. Don't beat me up. Don't beat me up. I'm just ministering good tidings about this game this morning. That's all. Don't beat my ass. Don't beat me up. Okay, but getting back to this game that I never left, I can't make, you know, you getting your mouth spit in, you know, by a woman. I can't make this pimpish. And neither can you. Again, you know, it's certain freaky things that you know, if people hear about it, you know, motherfuckers gonna move on. You pissing on the bitch in the game, if you had a hoe or some hoes that you gave golden showers to, ain't nobody gonna trip on that. Ain't nobody gonna trip on that. I'm telling you, ain't nobody gonna trip on that. You know, some motherfuckers think that you nasty or you on the other side, but just to be real, ain't nobody gonna say you not a pimp no more. Or, hold on, let me let them do this little fire drill. Hold on, let me make a little announcement. Hold on.
May I have your attention, please? This is Quantum Fire. We are about to conduct an
Man, they've been doing this stupid shit every goddamn morning. I wanted to be, even when I was on consultation, man, they kept with this loud ass shit, man. Hold on, let me let them finish this goofy shit. God damn. I was sitting over there, not the building. They being, yeah, baby, the building being disrespectful, baby. You know what I'm saying? He been doing this shit every morning, talking about they doing the annual fire drill. Bitch, you did that. You been doing this shit now for 2 days straight now. We done on them fire drills, man. Hold on, I think he gonna do the buzzer one more time. I think it's 2 times or something. Hold on, let me see. Okay, he ain't came back. He might come back again. Yeah, we been doing that shit, goofy shit no more. We about to have our annual fire drill. Bitch, you had that shit 2 days ago, ho. We don't need to conduct fire drills like that 48, 72 hours, ho. Goddamn, ain't that many motherfucking fire drills in the world. But look, as a matter of fact, you speaking negativity in existence. Bitch, the power of life and death is in the tongue. Bitch, don't even speak no negativity in existence. Talking about fires and shit. Bitch, what's wrong with you? But anyway, look, check it out. Again, if you give a golden shower to a woman or some women, and they cool with that, because like I said, a lot of these ladies like to be pissed on. I know, you know, when they're in the comment section or in videos or when they're in public, you know, they present themselves to be one way. But some of them in privacy is another. You know what I mean? And some of these women like to get pissed on. Don't bullshit ain't nothing. You know what I mean? I'm just keeping it 100 with you. You know, not calling no names, but you know, certain women have begged me to participate in certain things. Begged me. Beg, when I say beg, begged me. Now I told y'all we gonna rewind because there's some new people in here. And you know, sin always keep everybody with the history, right? But we know why sin don't fuck with anal sex, right? Now some of y'all been with me for years, so y'all already know the history. Shout out to my boy Calvin. Some of y'all already know sin history on why sin don't get down with the anal sex. Why sin don't be putting his dick, you know what I mean, in that whole booty. You know, some of y'all know why I ain't with the booty fucking. You know what I'm saying? But just to give you some history, right? You know, not just the biblical knowledge. Of course, y'all went there, and then some of y'all went to the disease factor. And a lot of times when people be coming up on these sexual transmitted incurable diseases and things, you know what I mean, they do be, you know, running into it. It gets like that faster. You can catch it faster, you know, through anal sex. But one of the innumerable reasons why, you know, I'm not into the anal thing, right? And shout out to y'all. You know, some of y'all into, you know, we probably got some booty warriors in here. And, you know, you got women up in here, you know what I mean, that like to get fucked in their ass. And, hey, this ain't to make you feel any kind of way. This ain't to make you feel any kind of way. So if you like to fuck a hoe in the ass, or if you a hoe and you like to get fucked in your booty, you know, this is not to make you feel, you know, any less of a woman or to disrespect you or your preference. You know, by all means, you know, keep throwing it back, you know, do your thing. But it was just never my preference. It was never something that I wanted to be into, ever. But I had this broad. Now, this is before I got in the game. This is before I was in the lifestyle. This is before sin started pimping. I was square at the time. And, you know, I was messing with this broad in Chicago. Now, of course, for those that know, from the ages of 14 to the age of 20, for 6 years, I was living for God. I was saved. Wasn't participating, no fornication, right? So when I finally backslid and got bold enough to start kind of like doing some things, you know, this broad that I was messing with, you know, we kept in touch. We even tried to keep, you know, in touch when I moved to Vegas. Make a long story short, when I hit Vegas, you know, sin was like a good 275 when I came. I was like 6'2", 275 in. But man, you know, because my uncle's friend was an employee at 24 Hour Fitness, I was able to come to the gym as I want. And man, I lost that weight so motherfucking quick. Man, I went from 275, you know what I mean, to motherfucking 178 in no time. You know what I mean? Playing full court basketball, you know what I mean? Fucking with the dumbbells, push-ups, all of that. You know, fornication be the biggest motivation, right? So look, so check it out. I come back to the Shy. And at this time, you know what I mean, man, I'm tall and thin, man. So just to keep it 100, I'm nothing but dick at this time. And the bitch knew that. You know what I mean? That's what she was on. And she was really like on me, you know what I mean? She wanted me to drill her in her ass. She just didn't want me to sit up there and fuck the shit out of her pussy. She wanted the skinny, sinful pee. She wanted nothing but this dick, you know, because some of you bitches know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Some of you niggas know what I'm talking about. When you get real thin, man, it's not that you can't put it down when you got weight on, but man, when you in shape or when you thin, when you definition or whatever, man, you nothing but dick. Biggest thing on your body is your head and your dick. You know what I'm saying? And she wanted me to sit up there and reside in the bed in that booty. And I just wasn't on that. And she just kept on. You know, I'm visiting from Vegas. I'm back in the Shy. You know what I mean? And another reason why I didn't want to fuck her in her booty because she had put it looked like the bitch had gained all the weight that I lost. Look, I don't mean to talk like that, but I'm just being real with y'all. We family. But it looked like she had gained some of the weight that I lost. I was, you know what I'm saying? Man, I really wasn't on that. I wasn't on that. But the bitch she just kept on. So finally, man, I said, you know what? I'm gonna just go on here, man. Goddamn, I'm gonna see what it do. So look, what I mean? She been that thing over. You know what I'm saying? I don't, put all of it in. Everything cool at first, right? And as I'm fucking, I ain't gonna lie. This shit starting to feel good as a motherfucker. Sin don't lie about none of the stories. Gotta keep the history real. The ass is feeling good to me. I'm like, goddamn, maybe like Christopher Columbus, man, I done discovered, something that's cool. So I'm like, man, this shit cool, man. So I get comfortable, man. I'm trying to get in there. I'm trying to get in there. And as I'm trying to get more in there, stop. She's talking about stop, right? So I stopped. Yeah, I stopped immediately, man. I stopped. And she's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. Keep going. Come on. And so I'm like, damn, well, you just told me to stop. Shit, goddamn. You were screaming like you was getting ready to die. Shit, bitch. Okay, so, I get acquainted with the ass again, you know what I'm saying, back there, you know what I mean? Checking it out, and man, it's cool again. I'm like, man, this is cool. You know what I mean? But what I didn't tell y'all is, at this time, man, I had on one of my favorite shirts, man. I'm a broke square at this time, man. I'm thinking that I'm doing it. I told y'all I had a few racks saved up from my job in Vegas, man. But this is one of my favorite shirts, man. Man, it had the little cufflinks and everything, man. This is one of my Sean John shirts. So, you know what I mean? I'm sitting over there hitting it. The ass feeling good to me. And I get acquainted with the ass again, man. And she, stop, take it out, stop. So I get out. I'm like, look, man, it's cool, man. I'm cool. No, it's okay. Come on, Phil, come on. So I get in the ass again. So I'm sitting over there, you know what I mean, doing my thing. You know what I mean? And this time, man, I'm really having fun now. Now I done elongated. Now I'm really sitting over there making a residence, in this bitch booty. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going. And now I'm in a zone now. And now the bitch, stop. But this time I didn't stop. You know what I mean? I kept going. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I'm enjoying myself now. Now I'm a man. Shit, I ain't got time to be playing these motherfucking games and shit with this bitch. You know what I mean? So now, you know what I mean? I keep on going, right? Oh my God, I should have listened to the bitch. Oh man, right, them Usher shirts, right. You know what I'm talking about. So I sat up there, man. I'm sitting over there trying to go. And man, listen, I didn't even get a chance to come. But I know if this didn't happen, man, I was getting ready to get there, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Nigga was, man, I'm in there. And man, listen. That shit came out. Man, when I tell you, man, that shit came like a Bro, listen, man. I went from speaking fluently, man, to I didn't know what to say, bro. Oh man. You know what that song? Shitted on him. Shitted on him. Straight shitted on me, man. Now, it's already bad enough. I did not want to do this. You didn't talk me into doing this. And then for me to get talked into doing this and I get shitted on, oh man. So listen, now some niggas, they into that. Some niggas like shit on their dick. I'm not one of them. So listen, you know what I mean? I'm appalled. I'm appalled. I feel disrespected. You know what I mean? I ain't never had this happen to me, and it's like, oh wow. So she like, oh my God, I'm sorry, Phil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. Baby, I'm sorry. Baby, don't look like that. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm speechless, man. I'm speechless. So look, we go to the shower, you know what I mean? Of course, we showering and everything. The bitch, you know what I mean? She washing me down and everything like that. And the bitch is just sucking my dick. She washing and cleansing my dick, but she sitting over there sucking on my dick and shit, right? But the whole damn time, I'm thinking to myself, this bitch ain't gonna never see me again. Yeah, she ain't gonna never see me again, man. She ain't gonna never see me again. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is the last time, man. This is the last time. I told y'all I was already confused when not confused, but I was already upset and perplexed, a little bit at the time, because I told y'all we was just downtown Chicago. You know what I mean? And at this time, man, seeing young man, I'm feeling myself, man. I'm 21 years old, living in Vegas, visiting the Shy. I'm downtown Chicago with her. She like, at this time, I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you, man. To y'all, to a lot of you niggas, you be like, oh, P, she thick as hell. You tripping. But man, listen, I just say this. When you in shape, and at that time, I was just definition. But when I was very in shape at that time, man, playing basketball all day. My win game was phenomenal. But so at this time, I ain't gonna lie to you, I felt like I was just too fine to be with her. And the bitch tried to, like, hold my hand. We was downtown Chicago. We sitting up there getting ready to go, in the mall and everything like that. And I'll never forget these two fine ass bitches. You know what I mean? Just walk by and they just look me all up and down. And I look them and she gonna grab my hand. She see them looking at me and she gonna grab my hand on purpose, man. You know what I mean? Messing up a young player's action. So I was already mad about that, man. You know what I mean? Grab my hand, man. And so after the grabbing hand incident, and then for now, you done shitted on me. That was the last time she ever seen me, man. Last time she ever seen me. True. These are true words. I can call my little brother right now. He'll tell you, man, she did everything in her power to try to replenish things, man. You know what I mean? Even went to my mama's church. Started hanging out with my mama and everything. My mama would talk to her, but I wouldn't talk to the bitch. You know what I'm saying? She'd be calling my mom, you know what I mean, asking about me. Philip don't pick up the phone no more. You know what I mean? He don't fuck with me no. Of course she didn't talk like that to my mom. My mom was saved and everything. But she was pretty much saying that, he don't mess with me no more. You know what I mean? She's still around. Yeah, she's still living and everything. She got a good job. She living out there in the Shy. You know what I mean? She used to stay in Terrytown. You know what I mean? And everything like that. You know what I mean? Cousins. She got some cousins that was BDs and everything like that. One of them did. Damn, you made me start thinking about some things. But yeah, she's doing good. To my knowledge, she don't even got no kids. Yeah, she don't even got no kids, baby. No, she's a square. She ain't never getting the game or nothing like that. She's still a square now. You know what I mean? She look like a cool little square. A lot of you niggas might like the bitch. You might like the bitch. Me personally, I don't have nothing against her. It was just that was my first time and last time ever participating in anal sex. From that day on, and I was like, I was 21. You said Terrytown sounds dangerous. Prince, if you don't knock it off. Yeah, but it is, though. As a matter of fact, that's the same area for you squares that don't know Terrytown. but just to give you where that happened at. What's my boy name that got killed in Terrortown? And he was gasping for air. You know what I mean? In front of the whole world. Capo. That's right. Yeah, Capo. You could just look up Capo, and the area that he died in, that's Terrortown. You know what I'm saying? That's Terrortown. Terrortown, matter of fact, just to keep that thing, you said Terrortown. Yeah, Terrortown active. Always have been. That lets you know things have changed because as a shorty, when I was coming up, wasn't no BDs coming up in no damn Terrortown. I don't remember no BDs coming up in no damn Terrortown, you know what I mean, in no goddamn 90s and shit. You know, that's some new shit. But you know, these niggas got cliques and shit going on now. They be doing all type of weird ass shit in Chicago. They not even gang banging. They got some type of mixed shit going on, man. You know? Is a BD area or a mix? No, that's Stone. It's Blackstone. You know what I mean? That's Blackstone, Prince. You know what I mean? But you'll see BDs, you can see some BDs coming in there now. You know what I mean? Because they fuck with certain BDs. But back then, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but back then, maybe they seen, but in my memory, no, I've never seen no BDs in Terrortown. Not at all. But look, check this out. Again, if you're into anal sex and you want to be involved in that, keep being involved in that, keep doing your thing. Because like I said, everybody not afraid to get in some shit. You know, some niggas like, you got to go through some shit to have some shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Some niggas, you know, you got to go through some shit to go, you got to go through some shit to get to some shit. So they ain't afraid to no shit. That's right. Stone to the bone. You know what I mean? You notice I know some of y'all wanted me to speak on that when King Yeller spoke about that little shit, and all the LA niggas, you know, started dissing King Yeller, started dissing Lil Bro and shit. You know, Lil Bro was emotional, man, over PMB Rock getting killed. So he just, you know, he was just speaking out his feelings and things like that. You know what I mean? It really wasn't no serious situation like that. You know what I mean? You know, it really wasn't. Plus, I don't even be like when Chicago and LA niggas even be talking like that. I just let them niggas do their thing. You know, debating about who killed more black people. You know what I mean? No, we killed more black people than y'all. No, we killed way more people. We killed way more of our own over here. So, you know, it's a hoish conversation to me. Yeah, as a pimp, I won't be participating in no hoish conversation like that. You know, hoes debating about how destructive they are. You know, that's a very hoish ass conversation. You know, that's a conversation amongst hoes. You know, you'll hear hoes talk like that. Oh no, I beat him. No, we did it. It's hoish. You know, why the white man keep playing with you like a puppet master, and you sitting up there fighting, arguing with another black man about what area destroyed more black people. Like, it's a hoish conversation. As a pimp, I won't be involved in that. Moving on. Appreciate that $2, baby. Yeah. Appreciate that. I like that. And I like that profile picture, Miss Love. I really do. Thank you. Let me see. Hold on. You said he looking like a stud. I'm not gonna get into, you know, how Yellow look and everything like that. You know, Lil Bro doing his thing. Lil Bro running up a bag right now. Lil Bro doing his thing on this YouTube. Lil Bro buying jewelry. Lil Bro moving in a bigger house than these niggas thought. You know, Yellow doing. Shout out to King Yellow. Might got to do a video saluting that nigga because I like when young niggas try to, you know, do something new. You know, he got his little baby mama over there pregnant and shit like that. You know what I mean? She cooking the little Chinese food for him. You know, he in Vegas. But one thing I will tell you niggas from Chicago is this. When you move to Vegas, that's cool that you got you some Vegas friends. And y'all know how much I love Vegas and I fuck with Vegas niggas. But do understand that Cali niggas is in that Vegas. So, unless you gonna do the who, the Keisha, if you are outside, nigga, and you constantly outside, it's inevitable that you gonna run into somebody that is active, that's cripping, or active, as a blood. So you have to watch what you say, and be wise with your words, because you're not in your own backyard. You're not in Chicago. And there's Chicago niggas and Cali niggas, New York niggas too, Detroit niggas too, got that shit bad. Y'all go to other people's areas and y'all be wanting people to bow down to you because you from this area. Don't nobody give a fuck about you being from Chicago or Cali or New York or Detroit. You not there now. Niggas will kill you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta watch that shit, man. And I understand. Because I know my city, Chicago niggas, of course, we think, we just put it out there. We don't think nobody equivalent with us. We don't. I just know the spirit of the shot. We don't. We don't. We don't. We don't. And that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's the truth. You know what I mean? We don't. When we come through wherever we at, we expect you to understand that whatever we professing to be, whether GD, BD, Stone, Vice Lord, it's just the way that a Chicago nigga conduct himself. He think he above everybody. I just know that mentality. Chicago niggas be looking at other niggas from other places in the Midwest crazy for even going after the Crip and Blood shit, especially seeing that Chicago had laid it down. And that's no disrespect, but I'm just putting the truth out there. Y'all look crazy. You know what I mean? Chicago had put it down the way that they put it down. It was no need to sit up there and conform to the way that the West Coast was doing things. It should have been no Crips and Bloods, in Detroit. But I'm done on that conversation. You know what I mean? But like I said, I just know how Chicago feel. And of course, if you look at the history of things, yeah, we got a pretty good reason on when it comes to dumb shit. Yeah. The history do lead back to the shy. Cause before y'all was doing whatever y'all thought y'all was doing, you know what I mean? Vice Lords was doing what they was doing way before a lot of y'all jumped off the porch. That's just being real. If we just go back according to history. So, then you have individuals that say things like the gangbang and all of that. You know what? I'll say that for another video. I say that to another video. I gotta keep my shit pimpish, man. Man, all that fighting and killing and things. Y'all fight and kill and kill each other, whatever. Just make sure y'all don't kill none of these fine ass women. So when I come to your repast, I can get at your cousin, your wife, or your woman, your sister. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, I'm gonna miss her. I know, baby, I'm gonna miss them too. While y'all killing each other up, just don't kill these fine ass women, man. Let these women stay here. So when they crying all at the service, oh my God, seeing what I'm gonna do. Like, baby, you gonna make it, baby. You gonna make it, baby. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about that. I'm gonna have to encourage your sister, encourage, you know what I mean, your wife, encourage your woman, while you gone. What's that song? Oh no, I found a day to get through. Oh no, and though I miss you, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'ma just be holding your bitch, while that song playing. Just holding her ass and shit, while you just dead, you know what I mean? You was the biggest killer, the biggest gangster and shit, you know what I mean? I hold her booty to get through. know why you the biggest gangster, the biggest killer. He was tough as hell. I know. You know what I'm saying? His sister was tough as hell too. You should have seen the way she. Let me stop. But again, getting back to this game that I never left. Don't do nothing that you'll be ashamed of. You know, don't be letting no woman spit in your mouth. Like I said, you might can get away, even though it's kind of weird, but you know, you could get away with spitting in your woman or women's mouths if that's what you into. Me, I'm not into that. But you can still be seen as a pimp if you spit in the bitch mouth, you know, while you was sitting over there shoving dick in her, do whatever you was doing, or if you pissed on her. But if a bitch piss on you, or if she sit up there and what I mean by piss on you, you laid down and she stood over you just pissing on you like you was some trick, no. There's certain things, just like when niggas be saying certain things, they gotta watch what they say. Hey man, you know, that's my hoe. I could do whatever I want. You really can't. You can't. I know you heard old niggas say that, you know, I could do anything I want to do with my hoe. No, you can't. Not when you professing to be a pimp. No, you can't. Let me put that out there. You have niggas that have actually said that. You know, I'm a pimp. This is my hoe. I can do whatever I want to do with it. Not when you a pimp. Not when you doing what's vital to the title of a pimp. Not when you govern by the spirit of flyness. Not when you govern by this game. No, you cannot. Because you're not going to tell me that you're a pimp and you allowed this woman to spit in your mouth. You're not going to tell me that you're a pimp and you allowed this bitch while you laid on the ground and she pissed on you. You're not going to tell me that. Now, niggas been tasting pussy and eating booty for a while now. That's, you know, that's another stuff. We done with that. But you're not going to convince me that you a pimp and this woman said, and she cocked one back and spit in your mouth. You're not going to tell me that. That does not make sense. Hey, Bug, got Bug fine ass in here. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to tell me that. You allowed this stinky breath mouth ass bitch to spit in your mouth? And you professing pimping? Oh, hell no. So again, you cannot do what you want to do when you really this pimping. You know, niggas been saying that, you know, but that's not true. That's not true. Now, let me even go a step further. Not only are you not going to do that, you don't even want to do that when you the pimping. You don't want no hoe sitting up there spitting in. It's just certain things we don't do. Just like when a hoe come in from working. When a hoe come in from working, first motherfucking thing she should do after breaking her goddamn self is getting in that shower and showering that thing up. A bitch should never feel comfortable after just working the Blade, casino, restaurant, wherever the fuck she was at, resort. You know, she shouldn't be coming in from work and this bitch felt comfortable enough to sit around you, lay around you. You giving the bitch a license to be a funk master. You giving the bitch a license to be a funk master, a funk master hoe flex. You pretty much giving the bitch a permission slip to be a funky ass bitch by this bitch walking up and down the Blade every goddamn, all these hours. And then you allow this woman to just lay down with you. That looks crazy. A clean man is not going to have no unclean female, because if she's a woman, she just going to automatically take a shower. That's why I didn't say woman. You know, but if she's an unclean female, ain't no clean man going to be laying in the bed with her. She been getting in and out of cars. And then some of y'all don't even got hand sanitizer with you. You just been getting in and out of cars, touching on condoms, touching on this man's in this car with all of these germs, in that hotel room with all of these germs, and then you about to sit up there and lay down with the pimping. How that look? You want to sit up there and get in and out of cars or go in and out of these hotel rooms, bring all the germs from public bathrooms or wherever you got them from, and now you want to put on floetry, let's lay down and lay down with this pimping. Bitch, you got it fucked up. Bitch, you better go to Google and search for your mind, because it's evident that you don't have one right now. Again, you know, teach her how to be, hey baby, I know that you was allowed to do some things in your previous situation, but you can't get down like that with me. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate for what you did for me, you know what I mean, tonight, the way you done brought this bankroll up in here. But yeah, baby, when you come in from work, the first thing that you do after breaking yourself, you know what I mean, after straighten my money, because I don't accept money any kind of way either. You're gonna have to straighten my money up. Yeah, you're gonna have to straighten my money. A hoe that been with Sinful to P already know to have that money straight. She know not to just give me my money any kind of way. I'm just telling it like it is. You know what I mean? A hoe that been with me, she'll tell you. But look, check it. When that woman is allowed to be funky, when that woman is allowed to have an unclean room, an unclean apartment, an unclean house, what did I tell you? I told you that the appearance of a woman's house is the what? Who remember that message? Let me be quiet. Let me go back. Let me just see who listens or who be on the Patreon. I done posted this message so many times. What did I say? There we go, Bill. That's right. The appearance of a woman's house, man, that's a reflection of her mind. So if you ever around a woman and she got a nasty ass apartment, a nasty ass hotel, a nasty ass whatever, that's a reflection of her mind. I'll never forget, man, we was in Minnesota. I was with Freeze, man. We was in Aqua. And you know what I'm saying? We get at these little broads. Matter of fact, stop it. That's a lie. Them broads got at us. Yeah, I've just got to keep it real. That one bitch, she gang banged on Freeze. That's how it started. Let me tell it absolute truth. She gang banged on Freeze. Every bitch that tried to come up and talk to Freeze, the bitch was she was like death row security in the 90s. She was so on Freeze. She just had to have Freeze. She was on him. Now, I'm going to just tell you the 100 with it, right? When I go to certain places, I be wanting something chocolate, or I be wanting something brown, I be wanting something black around. I know where to go to get me a nice, square, beautiful black woman that might be turned on and turned out about this game. And I also know where to go get the snow. And I know where to go get the chops. But when I'm in that Minnesota, when we in that Minnesota, man, we be thinking about the snow. I'm just letting you know. When we come through in Minnesota, we are on a snow mission. The only motherfucking thing we want to do is work out, read, meditate on this pimping, and campaign. That's all we want to do. When we come through, man, listen, when we come through Minnesota, man, we like Marines that were sent to a country to go do a goddamn job. That's how it is when niggas come through Minnesota. I am coming through for the snow. Now, every now and then, a Boston baked bean head, beautiful little black bitch that just got too much booty, too much going on. She might gang bang on a pimp. And I can call Freeze right now, he'll start laughing. Because one night we was so clean, we was white suited and booted, and we was just we were just walking past in the spirit of unity. Man, them black bitches was like, where y'all going? Where y'all going? Y'all come here. We were just smiling, man. We had to keep going, man, because we was on a mission to just knock snow. But they sit up there, man, and was walking after us. But getting back to the club. The black bitch was just all on Freeze. Now, I told you, we on a mission, man, for the snow. But this black bitch is just being hella aggressive. I'm talking about Jerome Bettis aggressive, Walter Payton aggressive. She was being hella aggressive with the pimping. Dancing all on P suit and everything. P He trying to be classy about it and everything. But she just kept banging on him, letting him know, you know what I mean, man, whatever you want to do. So finally, Freeze, he give in. They started talking and everything. Next thing you know, her girlfriend started flirting with me. Now I'm gonna keep it real with you. Her girlfriend had, a nice little ass on her. She was cool, decent looking, but I really wasn't on that. But sometimes because of the way that she was banging on Freeze, I thought Freeze might have had him one. So to just keep the temperature cool, you know what I mean? Yeah, I flirted with the bitch a little bit, but honestly, I wasn't really thinking about it. I really wasn't. Like I told you, when I come through Minnesota, man, I'm really on a snow mission. And she just really wasn't the thing at that time. You know what I mean? When I want what I want, when I want what I want, that's what I'm on. And when we come through Minnesota, we are looking for the snow. So look, I kept things cool with her, but now I see Freeze and exchange information so they can have a conversation later on. Okay, look, we leave out. The bitch instantly is just blowing up Freeze. Blowing him up. Blowing him up. And he instantly just got to it like, look, I'm not what you think I am. She's like, I already know what it is. He's like, you know what it is? She's like, I know y'all pimping. Yeah, I know y'all pimping. Woo, woo, woo. He's like, you know I'm pimping. And so Freeze kind of got comfortable. So he was like, okay, woo, woo. She said, yeah, I got money in my room. You know what I mean? I've been hoeing, you know what I mean, in Bloomington. I got a room in Bloomington. So we sit up there, you know what I mean, and come through Bloomington, right? Oh my God, I'll never forget. This had to be the nastiest hotel room that I've ever been in. And it was and listen, and it wasn't because of the hotel. Because the bitch was staying at the Crown Plaza. Anybody know anything about the Crown Plaza in Bloomington? Man, this is a cool place. But man, this bitch had this room looking so goddamn dusty, man. I ain't never seen no room look like that. Man, when I tell you, man, my dick was had, man. My dick was had, man. You know what I mean? Her room was a rival gang member to a dick, man. Listen, if you wanted to fuck the bitch, if you a clean man, after seeing this room, it was like, oh my God. And then, this was the worst part. When I asked, you know what I mean? Because, her friend was flirting and all of that. But I was like, man, let me take a piss. I was like, I'll take a piss right quick. Oh, go ahead. I go in the bathroom. And I see hair all in the sink. And not only did I see hair all in the sink, but I pay attention. I'm looking at everything. And listen, it's just certain things that is just a complete turnoff with Sinful to P. Man, I looked and I seen hair on that soap. I'm glad that you use soap, but it's something about seeing hair in the sink, hair on the soap, I was cool. You know what I mean? I was cool. You know what I mean? I was cool on it, man. You know what I mean? I was like, oh no, man, this bitch nasty. So, make a long story short, Freeze ended up, you know what I mean, sitting over there breaking on the bitch and everything like that. And I'll let him tell that story. Matter of fact, when Freeze go live, just be like, hey, what else happened with that situation, man? You know what I mean? You was with Sinful up in the club, man. Y'all met these two little black bitches and shit like that. And the one little black bitch, you know what I mean, had the dirty ass room at the Crown Plaza in Bloomington, man. Yeah, just bring that up to him. But again, man, pimp don't, it's just certain things that pimp ain't gonna do. Pimp ain't gonna be having sex in no dirty ass room. Why? See, man, listen, man, you're not just representing yourself, you representing this game. And I'm not trying to present myself to be a perfect P. Because I done did some things like I told you. When I first started in the game, Sim was highly sexual. You know what I mean? But as you continue to stay involved and as you evolve as a man and as a participant of the game, you put them childish and them old things away and you evolve. But one thing that I never had to evolve into is I just always been clean. A fly nigga ain't gonna sit up there and fuck no bitch in no unclean house, unclean apartment, unclean room, any of that. Because it's disrespectful. She knew that you was coming through and she didn't even think enough of you to sit up there and clean her house. She didn't even think enough of you to clean her apartment. She didn't even think enough of you to sit up there and clean her hotel room. She's showing you that she don't really like you like that. She's showing you that she don't even like herself like that. Look at her room. This is a reflection of her mind. It's nasty. It's unclean. You know what I mean? Now, I know some of y'all, gonna still fuck anyway. But man, a man that's governed by the spirit of flyness and cleanness, he's not gonna indulge. He's not gonna indulge. I'm not. And anybody with that same spirit, he's just not. Again, don't do nothing that you would be ashamed of. Nothing that you would be ashamed of. That go for, we done talked about it all. Even if a hoe tried to put that on blast. Nigga, you fucked me raw. I was only there, for 2 weeks and you was already fucking me raw and woo, woo, woo. But see, you can avoid all of that by not participating in unprotected sex. You can avoid having your name and shit like this by not fucking every bitch that come through the door that's attractive. You can keep your name out of bullshit by doing some pimping. It's simple. Seeing how do I keep my name out of all this Wendy Williams, Tasha K ass shit? Let me see. Doing some pimping. Doing some pimping. Just pimping. And being led by the spirit of pimping. Because it's never going to lead you in no abominable shit. It's never going to lead you in a situation where your name can be tarnished, diminished, and abolished on. It's never going to do that. You know what I'm saying? So again, unprotected sex, tasting of the ass, tasting of the booty, a bitch spitting in you. Oh my God. Bitch spitting in your mouth. And let me deal even with that. Some of y'all is toe lickers. Again, this still fits in that same category. Would you be ashamed if it came out in a circle of pimps that you a toe sucker? Now, we just seen one young man on No Jumper, and everybody was laughing at the young man. But shouts out to Big Church, because even though he's not this pimping, at least I can respect that about him, because he admits that he sucked toes. And even though Sharp was saying the things that he was saying about him, and this ain't no shot at Sharp, but I just say this. I wish that intellectually, it's good to do the hollering and screaming for views. I get you. Because when you own No Jumper, you have a motherfucker got a job to do. They got to keep the views up. They got to keep the attention up. They got to sit up there and make all that money for Adam so they can get some money. I understand. But as far as on the game side of things, I just wish that questions could have been asked and allowed him to walk himself into a trap, then verbally sit up there and criticize and minimize, rebuke, reprove, then come with that. But always ask questions first. Let them have the rope so they can hang themselves. You know what I mean? But to each his own. That's not a shot at him. But I just wish that, motherfucker would have asked, how do you think this represents, the game? Do you think that this is a good representation of the game, by you putting this woman's toe in your mouth? Do you think coming amongst, great pimps, if you was in a circle of great pimps, is this something that, if it was brought up, would you feel uncomfortable, being in a circle of authentic pimps and it's being brought up that you suck toes? And again, let me say this to you, young man. If you professing to be a pimp, you suck toes, you into kissing and sucking on the feet, of a bitch. Hey, check this out. This ain't to make you feel bad. Now, if you're not ashamed of it, by all means, continue on. Continue on. Continue on sucking toes. Don't let me make you feel bad for doing anything. Get my likes up. We should have already been up to 1,000. Everybody click on the like button. But don't stop sucking toes if that's what you into and if you're not ashamed. You know what I mean? Yeah, don't sit up there and get upset about it. Don't you know what I mean? I'm just giving my opinion. That's all. We just chopping it up as family. I don't want you to stop sucking toes if you comfortable with a bitch walking up and down the blade, every day. If you comfortable, with a bitch, and then some of these bitches be participating in fetishes and shit, with these tricks and all type of shit. But if you comfortable with all the things that a bitch feet got to go through, and then to put that in the microphone of the game, to put that in the place where instructions is given, your mouth, and to put some toes into that, put toes into your mouth, you sucking on feet, and you don't feel no condemnation for that, keep going on, my brother. Keep going on. And that's pertaining to booty eating. That's pertaining to pussy eating. If you want to taste the coochie, if you want to taste the booty, if you want a bitch to spit in your mouth, if you want to suck on toes, if you want to suck on dildos, if you want to, participate with toys and all that type of shit, then that's on you. Oh, and let me get into this. I didn't touch on it, but since it's on my mind, I'm going to go there. But yeah, when I first got into the game, and I was speaking about this with one of my young P partners that I brought into the game. The nigga had just sat up there and had his first, this was in life. In life. I was like, you did that shit. He paused for a minute. He like, what you talking about? I was like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because he had already had the white bitch that he came in the game with, and then he had knocked this little fine ass little light skinned thing. Just fine as she wanna be. And I said, I already know you. Cause cause he remind me of myself when I first came in the game. Nigga, I already know you was sitting over there getting your fuck on. I like, you sit up there and ran through them bitches, and you had a threesome. He started laughing his ass off. He said, I ain't gonna lie, P. You know what I mean? It was my first time. You know what I mean? I always wanted to have a threesome. I was like, I already knew. I just wanted to see if you was gonna sit up there. You know what I mean? We talk about everything, goddamn. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I was like, okay. And so we chopped it up. See, the thing is, of course, with a lot of the young P's, what they be going through and what they be doing and things like that, they don't feel comfortable, talking to a lot of the older, because you have some people that, their reputation is high in the sky and they too fly, well, at least they pretend to be too fly to admit the S on their report card. A lot of the shit that they did in the beginning, that was unpimpish, But I told him, I just laid game on him. I said, if you want to continue to do that, then that's on you. Because I know some older pimps, some veteran pimps that still be having fun with their hoes on that level. But I'm going to just tell you this. Whether it be a threesome, whether it be a fivesome, or whether it be like what I had in my early days, whether it be a sixsome, somebody among that 3, 4, 5, 6, somebody is going to be jealous. It's inevitable. Somebody is going to be jealous. Somebody going to be jealous, man. It might not even kick off, immediately, but somebody going to get jealous. He fucking her better than he was fucking me. Or he let her suck, his dick, more than it's always somebody childish. It's always somebody immature. It's always, I don't think he should be fucking on this bitch like that. She ain't even paying him like that. She don't even go hard for him like that. Or she just did this, or she just did that. She not even worthy to be here. Like, man, I don't know. That type of shit. And again, don't engage, don't get involved in anything that can bring any type of damage, any type of gossip, especially when you're a known pimp, when you get popular, for pimping. When you get popular, for pimping, when you got a reputation to uphold, yeah, man, you don't want your name being evil spoken of. Don't make no provisions for your name to be evil spoken on. So me myself, of course, that sound good, especially to somebody that ain't never had it. Getting in threesomes, foursomes, fivesomes, six. You know what I mean? And I had to tell him. I started telling him about my personal, testimonies when I first came into the game, so he didn't feel alone. And then to let him know, I even went greater than that. You just had two bitches. You know what I mean? You got some pimping to do, nigga. You know what I mean? You just had two, nigga. You know what I mean? I wasn't even in the game a year, nigga. I was 6 deep at the time. But when you young, you want to sit up there, and plus, of course, a lot of y'all seen American Pimp, and you seen the way Don was talking to have 5 and 6, 7 on your arm, what I mean, one on this side, one on that side, trying to bring you to the greatest pleasure of your life. Oh my God, just the thrill with that even going on. It'll make a man smile when he want to feel like frowning. So after listening to that, a lot of young niggas was like, oh my God, I can't wait to do this. And I can't wait to. Exactly. It's almost like being in church, listening to different individuals testify how they used to do that and used to do that. As a young nigga or a young woman, you listen and your mind begin to fantasize. Do you hear me? Your mind begin to fantasize. You begin to fantasize and play with the idea of you doing that. You doing it like this. You having it like this. Exactly. So I knew if it wasn't for that, I just know that sometimes young men be having fantasies. So a lot of times when you get into the game, you're going to participate in a lot of shit that, when you get seasoned, when you sit up there and start putting, the game above, physical pleasure, you look back and say, damn, I was green. Damn, I fucked up that situation. I brought the spirit of jealousy in my home. When I said this, when I did that, when I allowed that to go on. I knew how this bitch was built. I knew her little girlfriend ways. And I intensified it, when I did this. I intensified it when we did that. Exactly. You know what I mean? So a lot of situations, because of how green we were, or because of how freaky we were, and we was doing certain things in the early days, we made a lot of them situations that we could have kept a lot longer accelerate to its expiration date before the appointed time by a lot of that shit we was doing. So, like I said, for the young P's that's listening and things like that, I know you want to have fun. I know you want to sit up there. You got this attractive, fine ass, woman, or these group of women that's fine as hell and they about your money, and you want to have fun. I get it, but please, by all means, man, take heed to the things that I said within this video, man, whether it be, tasting the pussy, or whether it be by tasting the ass, or whether it be, sucking toes, whatever you into, I want you to ask yourself, if that came up in a circle of pimps, if this situation came up in a circle of pimps, would you be able to be bold with it? Would you stand on it like a man and admit that? Then what would be the responses after admitting, that you've done these type of things? Because people say, oh man, I don't care about what a nigga think. And that's true to niggas that you don't have no honor for. But for people that you respect, people that you admire, people that you see as authentic representation of the game, and for these particular situations to come up in the conversation, how would your peers, how would your associates, how would they look at you? You know? Again, don't participate in nothing that you would be ashamed of. Don't let that bitch do anything to you that you would be ashamed of. That young P that told that bitch to take them scissors and cut the hair off his booty, if he had been thinking about the situations, if he had been thinking about that actually coming up in the congregation of P's, say, you know what, even though I'm hairy or whatever, like, is this wise for me to give this hoe instructions about for her to take some scissors and cut the hair on my booty, cut the hair on my back and my booty? Is this wise? If this bitch chews up with another pimp, if she chews up with a Mac or a gang, or she possibly may get angry at me and choose on my adversary. She might choose up on a nigga that hate me and I hate him. You know how bitches is. We got some very dirty bitches in the game. And maybe that bitch feel like being dirty. Maybe this bitch feel like being a hell of a dirty bitch today. And she decide to sit up there and give your hater, one of your coldest haters, some money. But not just give him some money, give him your secrets. Be like, he did what? Yeah, you know, he was just being weird. No, hold on, bitch. What you say that nigga did? Yeah, he had me take the scissors and you know what I mean? He was bent over and I had the scissors by his booty and just cutting off the hairs, you know what I mean? Oh, hell no. So you already know you about to be the discussion on the blade tonight. Yeah, you about to be a hell of a discussion, man. Yeah. Yeah, niggas is about to get into some evangelism with the criticism on your name, man. All over cross country in the game, man. You know what I mean? In all locations. Yeah, everybody about to talk about you. When hoes see you, when you even driving up and down the blade, hoes gonna be looking at you like, oh, yeah, that's that nigga that like to get the hairs cut off his booty, girl. I can't believe this nigga sweat me. I can't believe this nigga popping at me. I can't believe he trying to have me. He lucky I respect the game. Girl, I wanted to cuss him out so bad. I wanted to get out of pocket and call him so many bitches. I wanted to tell him like, you hairy booty ass girl, you hairy booty ass bitch, don't be saying nothing else to me. He just be hollering all out his car, girl, trying to have me. And I be in my mind like, boy, you the one that be getting the booty hairs off your booty cut off and shit like that. I don't want to choose up with you. I got to do more than get your money. I just want to be a hoe and go get money and get rich with a beautiful pimp. You want a bitch to sit up there and cut the hairs off your booty. I ain't got time. A bitch ain't got time. I just want to sit up there and be great, catch dates, and put motherfucking money in a pimp's collection plate, you know, before I turn into a motherfucking expiration date on this earth. But no, you want a bitch to cut the hairs on your booty and shit. I ain't got time. No. You know, like, nah, I can't do that. Yeah, he got me fucked up. When I tell you that you are going to be the subject matter, the hoes is really getting ready to talk about you. And then they got group chats that they talk amongst. They talk about pimps with each other. And just imagine your name. That's what comes up about you. Not how you pimping. Not how you been knocking. Not how you been having money. Not how you took one hoe from this dimension to this dimension. How you done sit up there and changed a woman's whole life and made it better. But just imagine your name coming up in conversations for weeks or a month strong. And even after that month, you always being remembered as the nigga that gave the bitch instructions to cut hair on your booty. Come on, man. Think before you do something. We all done made mistakes. We all got F's on our report card, but it's just certain things like, uh-uh. You know what I mean? Don't make that whole cut no hairs on your booty, man. What's wrong with you niggas, man? You niggas is foul. Do me a favor, man. Get my likes up. We 24 likes, shy of 1,000. Everybody click on the like button if you're not subscribed to the channel. Make sure you click on the subscribe and the bell button. But most importantly right now, everybody hit the thumbs up button. Let's touch 1,000. You know, right now we 22 likes, you know what I mean, away from 1,000. So everybody just hit the like button. If you haven't already hit it, make sure you hit it now. Let's touch that 1,000, man, you know what I mean, before we get out here. Of course, I'm going to be going live, you know what I mean, later on today. We got some things, of course, I know it's some topics that y'all want me to speak on as far as the trending goes. But, you know, I just wanted to talk about some game this morning. If you don't mind, I just wanted to talk about some game this morning. Because it's been said for a long period of time now that, you know, I'm a pimp, man. I can do whatever I want to do. You know, this is my hoe, man. You know, I do whatever I want to do with my hoe. And when you really look at that statement coming from a so-called pimp's mouth, you know, that's why I had to come with this, you know, and teach you niggas how to properly speak, you know what I mean, about this game. No, you cannot. And when you really a real pimp, you not only you can't, but you don't want to. I don't want to do anything and everything, you know, in the bedroom, you know, with my bitch. That's just me. You know what I mean? But to each his own. If you want to sit up there and do anything and everything with your bitch, then you suck her toes. You let that bitch spit in your mouth. You let that bitch fart on you. You do all of that. But as for me and my mouth, no, we won't be participating. We won't be participating in none of those things. So look, before I get out of here, this is what I'm going to do. As a matter of fact, let me see. No, you know what? Not on this video. I'll do it another video. I'll open up the phone line. So this is what I want you guys to do. If you have any questions pertaining to this topic, because, you know, we spoke on unprotected sex. We didn't spoke on threesomes. And I told you, you know what I mean, that, you know, if that's something that you want to engage in and be involved in for the first time or the 100th time or what have you, that's on you. But yes, it's even consequences that come with that. It's jealousy that come with that, you know, especially when you got a hoe that don't like that hoe. They don't like each other. You know what I'm saying? And you got them in here tasting each other or sucking on you. You know, that bitch really don't think that, you know, this bitch is worthy enough to be sucking on her daddy, sucking on her man, you know, fucking on her man like that. You know what I'm saying? So you kind of pushing that discord, you know, in the situation by even participating in fornication with all of these hoes, you know? Let me see. Miss Love, thank you again. And again, I want everybody to come to my Patreon because I have a museum of game on my Patreon. I got over like 2,000 posts pertaining to many subjects, you know, not just my content, but even content creators, man, that I respect, you know, that share some beneficial information or some, you know, comical information, you know, good entertainment, good enlightenment, good enjoyment. All of that is on my Patreon. So, you know, everybody come to my Patreon. Click on that. You know what I mean? The $50 tier, that's the Pimp and Hoe tier. You know, it's a lot of Pimp and Hoe content, you know, on there. A lot of eternal classics, you know, on the $50 tier. The $5 tier, you know, mostly, you know, I spoke on different subjects that had nothing to do with the game, but it was still a lot of game, you know, within that video, you know? Just like I said before, you know, the appearance of a woman's house is the reflection of her mind. See how that didn't have nothing to do with the game, but it still has something to do with the game and it had a lot of game in it. Exactly. So, on the $5 tier, you got I used to have a lot of movies on there, and that's how I kept losing my Vimeo accounts because I was putting a lot of movies that was currently playing at the theaters. But I ain't losing no more Vimeo accounts, man, because the ones I be paying for, it's $1,000, right? So yeah, I got kind of tired of that. But what I will say, as far as like the shows, the shows is on there. P, what you mean the shows? The Powers and the Raising Canaan, or if it's something like if you say, Sin, I want to see Wu Tang, or I want to see I forgot that Mayor show, or I want to see Snowfall or something like that. That type of shit easy. But yeah, definitely want to come to the $5 tier. Man, I know sometimes, money is funny, change is strange. Some people can't do the $50 a month. But if you can do the $5 a month, everybody on the $5 tier will tell you that it's more content than a little bit on the $5 tier. Real talk. So yeah, man, make sure you come through the Patreon. Let me see. What's your call in? Christy, did you want to call in and ask me something? Matter of fact, before I go, was there any woman that wanted to call in? I might do a call in at another time and allow the fellas to call in, but I talk to them all the time. But is there any woman that want to speak to me at this time? If there's a woman that want to ask any question pertaining to anything that I said, disagree with anything that I said, or be on one accord with anything that I said, you can call in. Just let it be known in the comment section that you want to speak to me. And I'll give you the liberty and opportunity right now to call in. Shout out to the player of all nations. Shout out to him. Shout out to 500 bands. Shout out to my nigga Dre. Shout out to Don Life. Yeah, shout out to you. I see you've been tagging me too in the videos that you've been posting. Yeah, blessings to you. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to you, man. Let me see. Rosie Love want to call in? I do call ins. Christy, did you want to call in, baby? Yeah, Sin always want to talk to the ladies. So if there's any woman that want to call in right now, you can ask me anything. Don't be shy, baby. You can't sound stupid. You can only make this content even greater right now with you calling in. We need a sexy voice to listen to, this morning. Yeah, so is there any woman that want to call in, I talk to the fellas all the time. My father made sure my ass was cleaning since 5. Keep your home body clean. That's right, baby. You ain't telling them nothing wrong. You telling them what God loves, the truth. I did have a question about what you spoke. Okay, well, let me drop this on you. Hold on. Let me do this right quick. Give me a moment. Seeing I always put things on pause, man. If the ladies want to call in, give me 1 second. Let me see. No, I want to hear you. Don't get shy. I'm turning on my other phone right now. Hold on. Let me see. I've been looking for this one bride. I ain't seen her in a minute. But her profile picture kind of reminded me of old girl that Keith Sweat brought on stage. Who remember that? She looked I'm talking about just like old girl. I just wanted to know if she was shaped like her. How many of y'all remember that? when Keith Sweat brought old girl on stage. You know, it's this goofy that just keep calling me, man. Man, I think that's so goofy. But to each his own. Hold up, I'm using to talk to text driving. Okay, let me put this in the comment section so somebody else can. What be wrong with dudes? And I know this is a grown ass male that just keep calling me like some hoe that miss daddy. Like, nigga, stop calling me. That ain't nothing but a nigga doing that gay ass shit. Nigga, stop calling me. Hoe ass nigga, what's wrong with you? You're not gonna get through, so I don't see the point. Yeah, but I just put the number through there, man. 702-800-9473. Any ladies want to call in? That's Kelby asking for game, saying you should let him in. No, I'm cool on that. You know what I mean? No, I'm cool on that, man. I'm cool on Kelby. But he can call in. I'm really just talking shit. He can call in. Again, 702-800-9473. Any woman that want to call in, make sure that you call in, you know what I mean, right now. As a man, that's embarrassing. Denise, baby, whoever this person is, they've been doing it. Okay, somebody calling me from this number. Hello?
Hello,
Hey, how you doing? Who am I speaking with?
this is Christy Lusha.
Oh, okay. Hey, Miss Christy.
Hi everybody in the chat. How do you too?
Hey,
I usually don't.
how you feeling this morning?
I, I'm fine. I usually don't call in, but I just had a question
Mm-hmm.
as far as what you spoke about, which I felt that you gave a lot of knowledge on. I also was curious about like I'm older,
Mm-hmm.
but you do have a new generation.
Mm-hmm.
So when you spoke about like people's sexual preference, like, like I'm trying to watch this YouTube and I don't want you to get flagged or
No,
anything.
no, 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 no. Ask whatever.
Uh, so like the new generation, they're more like open minded, like
Hold on, hold
way more
on.
open minded.
Hold on, stay right there. Hello?
Hey,
Eh,
it's Bud.
This
So
who?
I just have a quick question.
Hold on, baby. Hold on, baby, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna click you over and just let her ask her question. And after I finish answering hers, I'm gonna answer yours, okay?
All right.
All right. Okay, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, now what was your question?
Why does it sound like I'm echoing? Okay, so the new generation, some of them don't have. How can I say? How I was raised, like you had boundaries, but it seems like the new generation is kind of like they don't have to have boundaries. Like they're more free spirited.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying like for the new generation, when you speak the way you're speaking, the new generation can hear you, but then do you also feel like they look at it like, I don't want to hear that. Like if I want to eat out, that's on me. This pimping, like the generation thinks differently.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying? Like they're not going to think everything the way you're thinking because
Mm.
you have guidelines for certain things. I don't think the guidelines qualify as much to them anymore because you have OnlyFans. You know what I mean? Like there's other ways.
Okay. Well, let
I don't
me
want you. I don't
let
want you to lose.
No. Let me explain things to you. OnlyFans and all of them, just like, we had a back page, we had all of that. That doesn't change the way that a pimp is supposed to conduct himself in the game. So that's just another internet outlet, for little broads, to endeavor to make some money. But your endeavors to make some money for a woman, that don't change the conduct, of a pimp. So with that being said, if I say something like, "Hey man, don't let that woman, spit in your mouth," that's unpimpish. That's not a something that a pimp should be allowing to go on. OnlyFans don't have nothing to do, you know what I mean, with what a motherfucker, what I mean, that's really about this game, that really love this game, gonna say, you know what, even though I hear what P's saying, but I'm gonna go ahead and create this content, with my woman, so we can get paid that
Yeah,
way.
that's what I'm saying.
That's
Yeah.
for, yeah, baby. That's for the male prostitutes. We have male prostitutes, that think like that. And of course, squares think that they pimps, but the pimps don't think that they pimps. The pimps know that they not pimps. These are just male prostitutes. A pimp is not going to create content, with his hoe and put it on OnlyFans. That's not how we move. Now, a pimp can create an OnlyFans account, putting content on there, of whatever he desire, but not that. The way my woman suck my dick and take this dick, that ain't for the world to see. That ain't for the
Uh-huh.
men to be, looking at my dick, fantasizing about the pimping, why I drill this hoe in. That ain't for the world. That ain't for the squares and all of that. The hoe, she for the dough. But the pimp, he's not for that. I know a lot of people heard some gay ass shit about this pimping. If the trick don't want the hoe, he can get the pimp. All type of goofy ass shit. No, pimps are not homosexuals. And pimps don't be putting themselves in situations where you might even put them in a homosexual category, or a porno star category. I only want you to see one category of me, and that's pimping. So again, because I want to be respected and honored as who I am, I'm not going to do anything contrary to basically my character, my principles, and what I stand for. So I won't be indulging, in any type of adult content with any of my women, even if she got 20 million followers and we can make this amount of money. No amount of money is going to make me disrespect who I am. See, that's why everybody can't be this pimping. The pimping is more important than, any amount of dollars. And he knows that. Now, he's not going to disrespect himself in this game to sit up there and come up for financial gain. If he got to disrespect what he stand for in order to obtain that, he's not going to do it. That's what separates him from the hustler. That's what separates him from the player. That's what separates him from the Mac. Pimp's only pimp. Pimp stand for the truth. Pimp stand for, I'm not going to disrespect. Hold on, I don't know why these people keep calling while I'm talking. I'm not going to disrespect who I am as a man to come
Just
up to
before
be
you.
no millionaire. I'm not a male prostitute. I'm a pimp.
Mm-hmm.
So, young nigga, old nigga, all niggas, that possess the spirit of pimping, are in agreement with what I just said.
Okay, and one more question before I hang up. Thank you for your time also.
Hmm.
Well, when you also said a clean mind, I have a question about that too. So,
Say what?
um, when you spoke about having a clean mind and a person being clean,
Go
did
ahead.
you ever, like, if they, if I'm asking right, like, could they smoke weed? Could they like do dabble here and there, or was it just all sober the whole time? I just like to ask because you sound articulate
Hmm.
and you sound like it's kind of like, no, I think, you know what I mean. I want your mind clear. I want you to make clear decisions as I make clear decisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was just wondering, like, if they ever told you, hey, I had some weed or my conscience, or I had to make this money and I had to do this for that, but I had to hit cocaine here and there. Like, well, did that ever come about, or am
Okay,
I asking
yeah,
too much?
I done had some women that, as a matter of fact, just to put y'all all in my business, I got into it with
I'm
somebody that
sorry.
I got into it with somebody that I really love, because she went behind my back and was smoking, getting high off that weed. Any woman that's ever really been with me know that, there will be times where I will allow you to have what you think is fun as far as like, some weed or, a little drink. That's why, at my house, even in my place now, I will keep some drinks around, for the ladies as far as like they birthday. Like if it's a hoe's birthday or if a hoe hit a lick, or something like that, I allow the bitch to sit up there, and drink a little something, something. Smoke on a little something, something if that's what she wanna do, for her little birthday or a lick day, something like that. But me personally, no, you gotta remember, I'm a 38-year-old man that has never been high or drunk before in my life. But for somebody that's their thing, what they with me when they with me, that can't be your thing every day, every other day, every week, every month. It can't be. I'm not for everybody, and everybody ain't for me. So with that being said, when a woman, conforming to what I got going on, she got to leave all them drugs and all that stuff alone. And I'm not putting weed in the same category as all that other shit. But I'm just simply saying, if she's a weed head, I didn't had that before, and it's irritating. It's irritating
Uh,
because everywhere we go, everywhere we went cross country, she's sitting over here calling me, did you get in touch with a weed man? Do you know somebody that got it out here? Or do you? I'm not into
uh,
that. I'm not that type of guy. You know what I mean? Because I don't even smoke. And not only that, I love myself. You know what I mean? It's, some of y'all breath be, contrary to the will of God. And, I don't want this woman putting her mouth on my dick or, all of that. And her breath is funky and, smelling like weed and Newport cigarettes and Camels and all of that type. I'm not into that. Yeah, go with them.
mhm.
So that's why they label me as, he's the church cat. They try to like minimize me by, yeah, he come out of church. He not really a street person. They put that in the category of street of having stank ass breath. And being stank all the time. Then yeah, well, I'll be just from church then, cause I ain't feeling all of that. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, sinful is not for everybody, and everybody ain't for sin. So
Uh-huh.
yeah,
I get what
go
you're saying.
ahead.
It's just, I get what you're saying. I understand standards too. I understand. But thank
Yeah.
you for answering my question. That was so sweet of you to take my call.
Well, that was so sweet of you,
Hey, y'all
baby, to
think I
just call
roasted my
in.
voice in the line? You guys, what'd you say?
I said that was so sweet of you to call in.
Thank you for letting me. Thank you. I just wanted to know. I'm listening to you talking. You know, I mean, I think at the same time, when we go through life as we wake up every morning when God allows us to, sometimes you need, young brothers to hear certain things like that so they can have their own standards too. It don't have to be your way, but you still want, like you said, a woman to feel good about herself too as well, just as much as you do. So I understand exactly what you're saying.
All
I
right.
understand something.
Well, gorgeous.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you. No, thank you, baby. Thank you for calling in.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Okay, let me call her back. Give me a minute, man. I don't know who this is. Okay, hello.
Yo, Fed, I just
No, I
want
don't
to
want to
shed
talk.
light on.
I don't want to talk to no guys, man. You've been blowing me up. I don't want to talk to no guys, man. What be wrong with y'all? I talk to y'all all the time. I said, ladies, ladies, man. I don't want to talk to no guys. Damn, where's that Utah number? I think this is her. What's wrong with these niggas, man? I want to talk to you. I'm simping.
Hello?
Hello, how you doing, baby? I had to call you back because I see, that conversation was a little lengthy. But what's your name?
But,
Who?
let me turn this down. My God, my son's watching his cartoons. But
Who am I
my
speaking with?
question was, my question was,
Wait
what
a
if
minute.
you're
Hold on. Hold
fucking
on.
with
Hold on. Hold
someone
on.
for
Hold
like a
on.
couple of weeks?
Woman. Who is this?
This is Bug.
Oh, damn, bitch. So you hear me saying something and you just keep speaking? But anyway, go ahead. What's your
Oh,
yeah? What's wrong with you? Okay, now what's your question?
I just have a quick one, and I don't know if you covered it earlier, but if you're fucking with someone for a couple of weeks and he's a piece and he wants to fuck with you unprotected, should you continue to fuck with him or no? Because that's a no for me.
Well, first of all, just because he wanted to have unprotected sex, me or no other P can take a P away from him. Because let's keep it real, which is another thing I didn't bring up. I'm glad you asked that question. Sometimes a lot of these pimps be high as hell. We have to
Yeah,
deal with that factor. You have pimps that are they got a controlled substance in their body. So a lot of times they smoking on things or putting something in their body that now has influenced and compelled them to do things that they wouldn't do with a sober pimp mind. So, and I'm not making any excuse for anybody, but we just got to tell the truth on all ends. I'm not going to take the pimping away from them. If you want to leave, that's on your choice. But like I said, unprotected sex in the game, happens. Let's just talk about it. Let's just be adults. If you a woman and you got offended and you didn't think that this was a pimpish act for, you just got with him and he already want to stick his dick up in you, raw, and you didn't think that was pimpish and you want to leave, by all means, darling, allow the spirit of hoeing to lead you out of a situation that you thought was unpimpish. And I will agree that sticking your dick in a bitch that you just sit up there and knock that you really don't even know like that, you know what I'm saying? Raw, especially when he's an older guy around like my age in his 30s and things like that, been in the game for 10 years or more, and he's still moving like that. That lets you know, bitch, that if he'll move like that with you, he'll move like that with the next bitch and the next bitch, that come through the door. Don't think you special. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you really don't want to be with somebody that's been professing to be in this game for 10 years or more, and he already coming through, through the door with his dick out within 2 weeks, and he trying to raw dog. This is something that a young nigga do. This is something that a young, he's not seasoned, he's not laced. This is something that a novice would do. So, I would, if a hoe blow up, it's expected, especially a real hoe that really want the game, that really wants some pimping, that really got a hoish reputation. Now, I can see if a hoe was fresh in the game, she was a fresh turnout or something like that, and that's the way he wanted to get down, he got down the way he wanted to get down. Like I said, I can't take the pimping away, from him. If you didn't want to stay in that situation, that's on you. But most of y'all, I'm just gonna keep it real. Most of y'all will. Most of y'all will. Only a few elite bitches that's really governed by the spirit of hoeing just gonna be like, damn, I just got here. I ain't even paid you like that. I ain't even really gave you no hoeing like that. And you already coming in the door, with your dick out and things like that. And I'm a veteran hoe, or I've been around, and you just now you coming through with the, what is you trying to get me pregnant? Is you trying to trap me? Or you guys like, what's going on? And who else you doing this with? That's what a veteran hoe gonna think. Veteran,
yep.
a hoe that got, some knowledge, some wisdom, some game under her belt. No, that's not gonna really be a situation that she gonna stay down for. But again, a turnout, or something like that. You know, maybe he was doing something to get her confidence. I don't know. I don't know if the raw business is the way. No, but you know, if he trying to basically call himself, you know, what I mean, doing other things, then you know, some P's move like that. And like I said, I'm not gonna take the pimping away. A lot of P's, oh, that ain't pimping. He's not a pimp. When it come to a broad that freshly got out the game, if she's timid, she's not really expressive with her sexuality. She's fearful. She's shy, or she got low self-esteem. She got a lot of insecurities. You know, a man telling a woman she look good verbally is one thing, but a man showing that woman physically that he sincerely feels that way, make a woman feel like, you know, she's that. You know, because if you say something verbal out your mouth, the bitch might just think you just saying anything to just get me out the door to go get your money. You know, but if motherfucker sit up there, you know what I mean, he physically showed her that, no, bitch, you know what I mean, you look fine and attractive around here, you know what I mean, she might genuinely feel like that now, like, damn, you know, he really into me. So I've seen P's move like that, you know, with fresh turnouts. You know what I mean? You know, the bitch was
Yeah.
timid. She got in the game. You know what I mean? She was timid. She didn't know how to talk to tricks. She didn't know how to do this and that. He had to really bring it out of. He had to bring the woman out of her. He had to take time, you know what I mean, lacing her, and not just lacing her verbally, but he did some physical things to bring the manifestation of her womanhood out of her. Now she out there, you know what I mean, killing it. Now she's sitting over there walking up to motherfuckers, you know what I mean, with all boldness. So like I said, with a fresh turnout, motherfucker might get down a little bit different, but with a veteran hoe that really been in this game, you know what I mean, that's really been stumped down, I don't see no veteran pimp, you know, coming through the door. And even with a turnout bitch, I don't see a veteran pimp coming in with the rawness, with coming with the old dirty bastard, you know, baby, I like it raw. You know what I mean? I don't see that. You know, I don't see that. But again, you know what I mean? A hoe hustler that's just having a little fun and just enjoying this little run, you know what I mean, from a ignorant bitch, you know what I mean? He might sit up there, you know, man, let me lock this bitch down. You know, I got lucky. She ain't, you know what I mean? Who can tell me if I ever catch a bitch like this ever again? So a lot of these guys be doing anything and everything if they come across a little Boston baked bean fine head motherfucker like you, because you is a pretty motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So a motherfucker might sit up there and say, let me tie Bug down. I'm shooting the club up. Fuck this shit. I'm gang banging in the club. Fuck this shit. I'm shooting nothing. Fuck what Sinful talking about. Fuck what these pimps talking about. I don't know when I'm gonna catch another bug. I don't care if I don't know when I'm gonna catch another bitch like this. Fuck what that nigga talking about, bitch. I'm shooting at the club tonight. The club getting shot up. I'm aiming up in here. I'm raw business, bitch. What it is. And hey, man, a lot of guys do be trying to trap down, you know, a bitch like that by getting her pregnant. Because some of these niggas think babies keep hoes. When reality is pimping keep hoes, game keep hoes. The bitch belong to the game. A bitch will sit up there and leave you and that baby and go catch it. I'm just keeping it real. Not every mother, but let's just keep it real. Babies don't keep hoes. You know, you niggas gonna find that out. Some of these niggas got babies with these bitches and everything. Now ask them, do they still got that hoe? Exactly. Babies don't keep hoes, man. But yeah, you know what I mean? I don't think that, you know, going back to the original, no, baby. That's not the way a veteran, knowledgeable, you know, authentic, you know, gentleman is going to preside over the situation, especially within that time frame. I don't see any raw business going on, you know, until a bitch has really given the loyalty and currency and done what was vital to the title of a hoe for a period of time to prove herself that she's really down for this man's pimping, for him to even have the temperature on comfortability, for you to even basically experience the rawness of a pimp fucking. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah.
Cause you just, yeah, even though you's a little pretty motherfucker, bitch, that don't mean shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking beyond your physical appearance. I'm trying to see what your soul like. I'm trying to see what your character like. I done had, bitches that's, pretty and shit like that, and their personality was kind of shitty. Or their comprehension was kind of shitty, or their spirit was kind of shitty. So, nigga ain't trying to exchange spirits and energy, what I mean, just because a bitch pretty and all that type of shit. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, no, too much.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for answering my question.
Thank you for asking me that question. Yeah. I'm glad that you called in. Yeah, get at you later. All right, woman.
All right, yeah, hit me up later.
Bye. All right. All right, did anybody else want to ask me anything? Do me a favor. Get my likes up to 1,100. Let me see. Might as well. Mia, call in. I'm picking on your fine ass. Yeah, call in. Miss Mia Scott. I want to talk to you. Hopefully this a woman. I don't want to talk to one of these hard legs. Hello? Get your bitch ass on. I already knew you was a goofy. You ain't even get a chance. You ain't even get a chance, ho. Mia Sky, call in, baby. I know you got some questions for me. Yeah, I know you got some questions, baby. Go ahead and call in. Shout out to the homie Lance Gray. Shout out to Sepulveda the Prince for giving Mia Sky the number that she about to use so we can hear her beautiful ass voice right now. Yeah. Yeah, come on, call in, Miss Mia. I really do. I really do. Yeah, call in, baby, miss. I really do. I want to be free. Free. Come on. She want to be free, man. Call in. I'm shy. Man, stop it. Stop it. Tell the pimp anything. I don't know who this is. I know that ain't you. Nah, I ain't answering that. I ain't trying to talk to another goofy ass nigga. Mm-mm. Come on, man. Call in, woman. We not gonna beat you up. You just talking over the phone, baby. Can't nobody see you. Can't nobody harm you. What, you around your man right now? If you around your boyfriend right now, baby, I understand. I ain't trying to ruin none of the square ass relationships that y'all involved in. But if you by yourself, and you got the opportunity, I would love to hear your voice. Water and fruit on me. Lance, shout out to the homie. Appreciate that 50, man. Lord knows my broke ass need it, man, Whole bunch of ones beat a whole bunch of nuns any day. Somebody keep calling me private. I know that ain't her. That got to be the goofy that just keeps calling me private. I know that's a grown ass nigga that's staying at home with his mama. Nigga over 40 years old and be calling my 702 number faithfully. Sometimes call the other one, but mainly just be calling that one, man. Like, I wouldn't call no man like that at all. But to each his own. Baby, if you too shy right now, I understand. Let me know. You too shy right now? If you too shy right now, we'll do it another time. I ain't gonna put, some women don't like to be put on the spot. I don't wanna hurt nobody. Hold on. My yellow ass is super red over here. No, over that sin. No square shit over here. I want some of Sin's Pimp and Trust. This first time I call in. Okay, baby. Well, look, we're not gonna force nothing, baby. It's all choice. No force over here. So, if you don't want to call in, we understand. We'll just hear you at another time, or maybe this you right now. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Who is this?
This is S. Rozier in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hello. How? Oh, this the one that's been going back and forth with Sapoba the Prince.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's poppin', son? What's going on?
I feel better now that you've called. Yeah, I just kept pimping, baby, but I seen Sapoba the Prince campaigning to have you, and I can't lie, baby. You know what I mean? I think you and Prince would, I don't know, man. Maybe y'all need to talk to each other because for a while, you and Sapoba the Prince was having a good conversation, and y'all might need to exchange information to have a conversation later on to see what y'all can get into.
Oh, we got an ID, Instagram.
Oh, okay. Y'all are, oh, excuse me. Excuse my pimping. Yeah, my bad, baby.
Yes, paper.
I didn't even see that. I was so busy teaching, I didn't even get to see that y'all already got that. That's what's up. Well, y'all definitely got my blessings. What did you want to ask, baby?
But I'm not campaigning.
You not campaigning?
Nah.
You not endeavoring to have a P in your life? Okay. Well, what's your question?
I don't have a question. You said call in, so I'm just calling in, showing some love.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, ain't nothing wrong with that. I wish all the ladies would do that. If you don't have a question, still call in and just show love and let us just hear your voice. Because it'd be a lot of guys that be creating female accounts with female pictures and things like that. You know what I mean? And we be thinking that that's a female. Whole time it's a whole big ass, burly ass
Because it's so
man.
easy nowadays to do shit like that. Niggas be using pictures
Yeah.
like they and shit. Because they be using their pimp shit without the bitch.
Oh, okay. You from
Yeah,
you from Texas?
Yep.
What part?
Houston.
Are you from Houston?
Already. H-Town, yeah.
Okay. H Town.
What you gonna buy Houston? What you gonna say, this and that?
No, I wasn't gonna. I wasn't gonna say any of that, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, allowing.
Because I know.
Oh, you know.
I
Mm.
know. Yeah.
Well, baby, can I ask you a question? How you know
I'm from Houston, shit, who don't know?
that? Hey, that's true. But with the way you said it as if you had some autobiographical experiences about that this and that.
Nah, just being from Houston, you don't know what's up. You ain't gotta do it to know what's up.
That's true. That's
There's
true.
plenty of girls out here with females that have friends
Oh,
been
okay.
around.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look,
But
this is what I'm gonna tell you. When you talk to Sapoba the Prince, just have an open mind. Like I said, I seen, what I mean, the people's hollering at you, and I just, definitely speak on his behalf. What I mean, that's a good man. So I don't know what y'all gonna be talking about, but I know whatever y'all gonna talk about, he's very informative about it. And you can get some good information, from Sapoba the Prince. For real. So not
I mean,
only
I'm gonna need some game, but not the campaigning game.
well, I'm gonna be so 100 with you. Keep using the word campaign. All of us campaign. We just campaign for different things. And I think that since you already got that word in your mouth, I think that Sapoba the Prince gonna give you a whole new meaning, a whole new definition, and vision and true depiction of what that word campaign really about.
Yeah, I'm listening to how you speak, so I'm understanding. Just
Yeah,
a little bit, but I understand. It's like
yeah. I like your tone. I really like your tone. I'm gonna speak it in existence now. I could really see, Sepova the Prince conversation and information really being used, by that tone of voice that you got. And I can't lie, his information being used by your tone of voice, man, you know what I mean? Unstoppable. You know what I mean? The sky wouldn't even be the limit, baby. You know what I mean? Real talk, Real
Yeah,
talk.
I gotta learn to talk like
No, I'm just being all the way 100, man. Because check it out, baby. A man can have, let's look at football. A man can be a great quarterback, right? And have a great arm.
right.
He could be a Joe Montana, a Dan Marino, a John Elway. He could be all of that. But if he don't have the right wide receiver to throw to, it's still gonna be an incomplete pass, no matter how good of a passer he is. So, I know bro to have some phenomenal, impeccable, infallible information, but in all actuality, it's not gonna work without an individual like yourself. So hopefully with y'all talking, man, maybe y'all can come on one accord, about, and especially we need more people like you. Yeah, we need
That's
more
what's
people like you.
up. We do need more people like me.
Yeah,
I understand that. I'm
yeah.
a good person, but I like to make money. I'm a great person, but I ain't fucking. But I'm a great person, but
Mm,
I'll fucking and get that money.
mm.
I don't
How,
know if I need to say that, but yeah.
how old are you, Dollar?
A year younger than you.
Okay, okay. So, do you have any children?
Damn, somebody said that alias, but it's not. I'm just reading the comment.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
do.
How many blessings you have?
I have 4 blessings.
Okay.
That won't be campaigning.
Oh, no, 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 no. I mean, blessings to you and your 4 blessings, baby. You know what I mean? Real talk. You got a blessed family and you are a good person. And I appreciate you
Yeah.
giving me that good information. I also appreciate you enjoying this content. This was a good fellowship today. I just want to
Yeah,
welcome
I'm
you
just
to the
learning.
family.
Like, I'm learning some shit. Like what you saying. It just let me know how these niggas is. Not all, but some females act the same with that man mentality. But
Mm.
I'm just learning some shit, and it's crazy.
Okay.
Like I finesse already, but just a little bit more what you saying. I'm just learning a lot.
Okay. Well, look, I'm just going to allow the spirit of the game to have its way and allow you to talk to a vessel of the game, Basketball the Prince, later on, especially now that y'all done exchange information. You know what I mean? Hopefully, when I have my next call in, you give me an update about how that conversation went on with you and P. Yeah.
You asking that?
Yeah, okay. Well, you inform me, baby. Give me an update on it. The next call in that I do, just call in and let me know, what I mean, how good it was. 'Cause I know it's gonna be good. All right, baby.
That's what's up.
All right.
Alrighty.
Appreciate you
And
calling
wait,
in.
wait, wait, bring hang
Go
up. Wait,
ahead.
wait. I'm reading your comment. Bus driver, no north side, southwest.
Oh, okay.
Not the north, the west. Yeah, you may not know what I'm talking about, but put that out there.
No,
Blessings.
okay. All right, baby. Good looking. See, that was a good call in. I like women like that to just be like, you know what? Because really that's how a lot of things got started. It got started with people like, Robin's big head ass. A lot of times women would be scared to call in, and the game would use Robin as kind of like a yielded vessel to call in. And once they hear us talking to Robin, a lot of the squares would get comfortable and be like, oh wow, you could actually talk to a pimp. I thought that he was gonna come through the phone and just start pimping on me. You know what I'm saying? Bitches really thought that. They was like, I thought he was just gonna come through the phone and just be like, all right, yeah, yeah, stop all this square shit, put the heels on, ho. It's time to go. They really got a fucked up definition about us, real talk. But shout out to Robin, shout out to Helena, shout out to them 2 vessels that was used, because them was in the beginning. That was in the beginning days, where we would have women watching, but they was just so afraid, to make themselves known. Then some of the bitches was fucking with pimps. So of course they didn't want to let it be known that, hey, son, I'm out of pocket, but even the square women, they didn't want to make known. And then a lot of the husbands and boyfriends, they would see women comment in the comment section, and a lot of women would be afraid to comment because they know that we speak about other topics, but mainly the topic is really pimping and hoeing. So if you in Sinful to P comment section, a lot of guys they'll be thinking to themselves, oh, she's a hoe or a stripper, or she a porno star, or if she not doing that, she done thought about it, because it's impossible to keep watching somebody like that, hearing somebody like that, and you ain't done this or you ain't thought about doing this. So that's the mind frame. So a lot of women be kind of, resisting. They be fighting the feeling when it come to comment in the comment section. A lot of the ladies, you'll be surprised, man. A lot of them be in my DM. I wanted to ask you this, or I wanted to say this, but I just didn't want to, I was like, I understand, so yeah. Shout out to T Slay with her little fine self. Yeah, shout out to all y'all. But look, man, we done been live, y'all. I didn't even mean for this to be that long. Real, I know y'all tired of me saying it, but it be real, man. This was only supposed to be an hour and a half video, man. I don't know how this shit got to be 4 hours. It's really y'all fault, man. This really shouldn't have took this long. I thought this was gonna be like, for real. I came in, I'm gonna get this out 90 minutes, and press pass. Man, we over 4 hours, man. Goddamn, man, And what I like about us, man, is that I didn't have to come up. See how we don't even got to come up with an amazing thumbnail? We ain't even got to come up with an amazing title. I could just put P there and my people gonna show up. We had damn near 1,000 motherfuckers sitting up there watching, man, at 7-something in the morning. And, looking at my analytics, I already knew, that ain't the time that most of my people gonna be showing up, but my people be showing up any goddamn way, any time of the day. And I just appreciate you guys for that. Sincerely, I do. Because I'm not computer savvy like all of the rest of the YouTubers. The platform only grow because you guys be sharing it on Facebook, Snapchat. And I looked at the Facebook recently and I was like, damn, they really do be sharing my shit on Facebook. And some of y'all been saying it. If you make me do it, then I'll do it. I'm not really a Twitter person. Twitter is really not my thing. But if that's something that you want me to do, I will do it. The TikTok, I'm not a TikTok type of guy. I don't even like the way I don't even like the name. But if that's something that, everybody on and saying, you got to get on TikTok, I guess it's not my thing. I'm an old nigga now, man. I'm 38 years old, man, 84 baby, and the people that I come up with, the people I be for, they're not really TikTokers. Freeze got an account on TikTok. He ain't did a goddamn thing on the motherfucker. You know what I mean? It's just that, having young hoes, man. Let me see. When you dealing with young women, from the ages, if you dealing with anybody from the ages of 18 to 25, 9 out of 10, they in TikTok. They have a TikTok account. If you got a young woman from 18 to 25, 9 out of 10, they probably be on TikTok more than Instagram. Everybody fucking with that TikTok shit. You will blow up on Twitter. Man, they been saying that. I just never gave it no time. I actually have a Twitter account. And I said a few things, but it just wasn't my thing, man. I just left. I was like, man, this shit boring. No, not TikTok, but Twitter for sure. Oh, okay. Y'all got to put me on. But listen, man, I appreciate you guys. It's really been a pleasure. I really enjoyed this. I just like the fact that we could talk about, sex, and we could talk about it like adults. laugh and everything like that. And I promise you, when things especially get back to normal, it's gonna be even better than this. Because yeah, I'm gonna bring Z back. I'm gonna bring different ones that you're familiar with back. But man, I got a whole new team of women that I'm gonna end up putting on YouTube that you haven't even seen yet. You know, yeah, we still gonna be on the Sinful to P channel, but in the future, I'm gonna put a lot of time in that game, the Game for Ladies channel. I'm gonna be still on all the other channels, but that Game for Ladies channel, I believe in that one. I believe in all of them, but I really believe in that one. You know what I'm saying? Plus, that's gonna be kind of like my way of increasing my female population. You know, the guys, you know what I mean? I fucks with y'all. I really do. But man, there's consequences of fucking with y'all. Niggas calling me at 3, 4 in the morning. You know, just weird shit that I'm not used to dealing with. I see the more you increase in popularity, you have to deal with things like that. But man, I'm not used to weird shit like that. I would never call no man's phone at 3, 4 in the morning. You know, Sin, I just want to tell you, man, you've been a blessing to me, man. Big bro, I just want to tell you, man, I ain't never had no daddy. I ain't never had no big brother, man. I just want to tell you, man, like, when you said what you said here, or when you said this, or when you did this, man, it touched me, man, for real. And all of that be cool if you do it in the daytime. But you're calling me doing booty clapping hours. You're calling me doing pimping hoe hours. This is the time when, you know, an ex-hoe or hoes will hit a pimp's phone like, I've been thinking about you, I want to be back, I got this amount of money, and shit like that. You know, that's why a pimp don't want to change his number. Because there's too many ex-hoes that got my numbers. And you got to sometimes keep your lines open, man. You know what I mean? A bitch might find her mind, man, and got a gold mine on her. You dig? My phone number been the same since 2011. I want to keep it like that. But you got grown-ass men calling me doing, as O'Shea say, booty clapping sound. You know what I mean? Doing them hours, man. Why am I on your mind? All of these women on earth, and I'm on your mind at 3, 4 in the morning. You need help. You need help. What is wrong with you? Man, I wish a bitch would just sit up there and rape some of you niggas, man. Get your mind right or something. God damn. You know? But anyway, man, I love y'all, man. It's been a blessing. Make sure after I end this, everybody get in the comment section, man. I don't care if it's a period. I don't care if everybody get in the comment section. Fellas, you know what I mean? You got to start campaigning, man. Ain't no way in the world I wouldn't get in the comment section, man, and start campaigning and letting a woman know, you know what I mean? Yeah, saying I appreciate you for this good game and everything. But yeah, hey, if any woman want to get at me, though, you know what I mean? Yeah, my Instagram, whoop, 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 whoop. See, that's how you show respect to the game. Yeah, see, and I like when you said woo, 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 woo. Oh, I like when that happened. Yeah, but if any woman is looking for this good game, if any woman, you know what I mean, want to sit up there and find me, though, you know what I'm saying? It's just like when I'm live in the comment section. Don't be campaigning to the point where you taking the attention, trying to take the attention away from the game. But if the conversation is getting so good, direct her out of the comment section so y'all can be on the phone. That way you're not disrupting the game. Like, hey, take this down. And see, that's how you know a bitch, she got good potential. You done gave her instructions. That's the first where it started at. P, what you talking about? That's where it started at. Just something that simple. Hey, take this down. Hey, go do this. And if she do it, she already letting you know. You got action. Just with that. I knew I had action at you when I told you to go directly to my DM and you went to the DM. When I exchanged information with you and then I got you out of the comment section. Now we on the phone. Yeah, you know, seeing doing this thing, but hey, what about this though? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna never stand in the way of some pimping. Never. Sin end when the pimping began, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm never bigger than this game. When this game going on, I'm out the way. I'm here to be a servant to the game. The platform created to serve the game, to knock. And then even for you squares, you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't a pimping hoe. You might see a beautiful woman that's not in the lifestyle. You not in the lifestyle. You just want to sit up there and date her. You want to get your fuck on. Y'all been flirting with each other. You know what I mean? Get y'all flirting ass out the comment section and see what it do. You know? Shout out to my nigga Rob. All right, man. I see y'all later, man. Enough of this talking, man. Y'all done got over 4 hours, man. Something wrong with y'all. Appreciate that, Miss Love. You gonna start making me think, man. I don't know now. You know, then you sending me the cake, you know what I mean, and everything. I don't know, baby. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I might have to see what them ones all about and see if we can, you know, get it to them other numbers, you dig? But I appreciate you, darling. Yeah, shout out to all the ladies. But all right, man, y'all be blessed. I'll see y'all later on. We gone.